All right. All right. Getting set up with Yogi here. We're gonna discuss a little bit of Hindu mythology, which would be pretty sweet. Pretty fucking sweet. All right. Yogi, is that you?
Yes, sir.
All right. I think briefly your actual name was up on the thing. Is that good? Is that a potential problem for you?
Um, no, not really. That's fine with me.
Okay, all right, cool. Just want to make sure it was cool. I just didn't mean that for that to happen. By the way, I would like to say your choice in comics right there is good. Transmetropolitan, that's a comic, man. That is a fucking comic. I fucking love Transmetropolitan. And I really, it's kind of funny because when you think about it, it's sort of like the city that he talks about, that Warren Ellis brings to life, really does feel like it's the internet in real life.
Yeah. Yeah, I felt the same way about it. And you know what's funny is that when I first put that up there, I did not know what it was from.
Mm.
I was just when I first made a Skype account, I was just kind of looking for something to be a smartass with, and I found that picture, and I was like, yes.
Yeah, Transmetropolitan. That was, man. I read that comic. I remember when that came out, and it looked at the beginning looked like it was just going to be rip off, hard boiled Jeff Darrow bullshit, and it looked awful. And then a friend of mine is like, Aldith, went, no, you got to check it out. It's great. It's basically, that guy is basically future Hunter S. Thompson. And he lives in a city that he hates. And I'm like, really? Because I was all kind of into Hunter S. Thompson at the time. Fucking Fear and Loathing had just come out, so like the love of Hunter S. Thompson had been revived. I was on board from the first fucking sentence of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. We were somewhere outside of Barstow on the edge of the desert when the drugs began to take hold. And I'm like, holy shit, what is this? He's like, I kept seeing these huge things like bats zipping and flying around the car. I thought about warning I heard a voice that sounded like me saying, holy Jesus, what are these goddamn animals? I pulled over and thought I might warn my passenger, but I thought, no, the damn fool will see them soon enough. And I was like, God damn it. And then the whole thing about, we were driving. What if this guy turned us in? Well, he knows too much. 'Cause it goes without saying we can't turn this fucker loose. He'd report us at once to some outback Nazi law enforcement agency. They'd run us down like dogs. Well, then we'll just have to cut his head off and fucking bury him somewhere. Oh shit. Did I say that out loud? Or just think it? Could they hear me? Did they know? And I'm like, holy shit, no. No, holy crap. I am reading all of this. This is amazing. Who is this man? Who is this guy? And I just devoured a ton of Hunter S. Thompson stuff. And then, of course, a few years later, movie comes out, and I'm like, I am so fucking there. I am so fucking there. Me and like all my acid head friends went and saw that movie. And the thing that we were like most shocked at, because we were like, all right, we're going to see this movie. It's got some fucking Johnny Depp in it. But chances are the drug visuals is going to be complete bullshit. Whatever. That's cool. And we walk, and then we see it, and we're like, oh no. You guys have put this together. You've done it. You have done LSD and a large amount of it. A huge amount of it. Like, obviously the lizard stuff is bullshit, but the carpet is not. The carpet is not. Yeah. The way the sound engineering in that movie works is not. That is exactly what happens.
Yeah, That's interesting because that movie was actually my introduction to Hunter S. Thompson. I hadn't
Mm.
really heard about him until I saw and I saw that when I was like, I want to say like when I was like 10. I saw that movie, and I saw it, and I was like, I need to know who this is.
Yeah, my introduction to Hunter S. Thompson, I came the long way around the barn too. But it was this. I was a fan of a comic, I'm pretty sure it still runs, called Doonesbury. You know, it was a comic that got big in the 60s and 70s and, you know, very much steeped in that era. And there's this character that I loved called Uncle Duke. And I'm like, I love Uncle Duke. It's an Uncle Duke story. Uncle Duke is great. You know, Uncle Duke is crazy, and I love him. I want to be this man when I grow up. And then someone was like, yeah. And someone was like, you know that Uncle Duke is based off a real guy, right? And I'm like, who? Who's he fucking based on? And they're like, it's this writer, Hunter S. Thompson. And that's how I found him. You know, because as soon as I had that name, Hunter S. Thompson, I'm like, all right, I'm going to go to the Borders books on fucking Powell Street because I just moved to San Francisco. So I'm like, wait, you know, I'm a big acid head. I'm in San Francisco. Like, I am going to buy a book written by an acid head in San Francisco, goddammit. And I did, and I sat down, I read that, and I'm like, done. I'm in. I'm just completely in. And yeah, ever since. And I love the story that someone actually interviewed Hunter S. Thompson and was like, what do you think of Gary Trudeau? And he's like, I'm gonna fucking shoot that motherfucker and then the old bastard in the goddamn head is what I'm gonna do. Like, why? All right, imagine this. I'm walking down the steps of the Capitol building. I am trying, I'm composing myself. And I think I am, I'm reasonably straight, which back then meant you weren't on drugs or drunk. I'm reasonably straight. And I'm walking down, and all of a sudden, there are all these people pointing at me, going, Uncle Duke! Uncle Duke! And I'm like, who the fuck are all these strange weirdos, and creeps, and crawlers pointing at me and calling me Uncle Duke? What are they talking about? You know? And you're just like, that is amazing.
Oh, and I hope you can forgive me for just saying this, but I just want to point out, I am like fanboying so hard right now, because I have the Count Jackula on a Skype call quoting Hunter S. Thompson to me. This is a beautiful
man.
in my life.
I'm glad I could make that happen for you. You know?
Oh my lord.
So you were saying, first of all, just to make sure, are you ethnically really Indian at all?
No,
Okay.
I am not. My ethnicity is white European and Native American.
Okay, so North American white guy, got it.
Very much.
Yeah. That's actually one of the little weird, like little dirty secrets about being Caucasian in America, which is everyone says, everyone has that like, yeah, there's there's some Native American in there, to the point where you think that it's all bullshit. But the reality is yeah, it's just that no one knows where it comes from, but it's there. There is an American face.
Yeah.
It's a face you only see among Americans.
North
Americans in general, but for lack of a better way of putting it, it is a very, I don't know how to say it, but it's a face you tend to see in actors who portray Air Force officers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a combination, and it's that kind of craggy face with a European bone structure that is a combination of Native American and Western European features that you pretty much only find in Americans. So when people say that they're part Native American, it's usually not bullshit. It's just usually so far back in the genealogy, no one knows what it is exactly.
Yeah, well,
Sorry.
Oh. That's the thing. So, in my family, what it is, it's my great grandmother was a full-blooded Cherokee.
Oh. So you can
yes,
actually track it back.
Yeah, but now here's the problem with that, though, is that, okay, so we okay, like my mother is very, very interested in like the whole ancestry thing and looking up everything and knowing everything she can about all sections of the family. And her side, particularly her father's side, my maternal grandfather, one, we've tracked our ancestry back far enough to know how that part of the family got to this country.
Mm-hmm.
And like, so apparently there was like this weird thing where like, there was like this rumor in like way, way, way back, like in the 1600s in England, where that part of my family came from, that that they were like the bastard offspring of one of the Anglican bishops, and that's why they ended up in America. And they actually were around Massachusetts during the witch trials, and oddly enough, we don't know a lot about that, but we do know that in like the first or second year of the witch trials, my family just randomly decided to leave Massachusetts for no particular reason. Probably because that was a lot of bullshit going on.
Yeah. They either left quietly or they didn't want to get fingered or something.
Exactly. And through random turn of events, like they end up like through the generations down near Oklahoma and Texas, and that's where my great 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 grandmother comes into the picture, because her and her family were there because of the Trail of Tears, because like the Cherokee originally live up in like the snow. And so we know that she was a full-blooded Cherokee, but the unfortunate thing about that is because of the, at this point, kind of unspoken racism against Native Americans, because these days no one wants to be caught being racist against Native Americans.
Right.
But because of that in my family, after she died, the family kind of got rid of every piece of evidence of her. Like, they like burned her birth certificate, they got rid of photos of her, and they have made it virtually impossible for us to know as much as we want about it. And and we've like talked to that section of my family today, and they're like, "What? Who are you talking about? We don't know." And it really pisses us off. And I mean, like the only reason we even like know about her is because through my great grandfather and my grandfather, like certain stories about her and the culture survived and got passed on to us. It actually really sucks because it's a part of my heritage that I virtually know nothing about, and that's why in like my teenage years I did a lot of exploring into Native American animistic beliefs, and specifically the Cherokee. I've actually tried to learn Cherokee, but it's a really fucking tough language.
Yeah, it's a bear. It's a beast.
It is.
So where are you located? Because my brain puts you in Toronto for some reason.
Well, what's interesting is that my father's family is Canadian, and that's actually where the Canadian part of my family lives, is in Ontario, near Toronto.
Okay.
But I personally, I live in the Northeast. I live in the small, weird, and often misaligned state of New Jersey.
Okay, all right. I know where that is,
Specifically, I'm in Central Jersey, it's not like the rest of Jersey.
Right. It's not the shore. It's the part. Is that the part of Jersey which could properly be called the Garden State?
Yes, actually, yeah. It's like the Delaware Valley region of New Jersey. Like that's actually like near the Delaware River.
Got it.
Yeah, it's weird. You have like the thing that people don't understand about Jersey is that you have the shore and that culture, and that's weird. And then you have North Jersey, where all like the industrial parks and Newark and all that shit is. And then you have South Jersey, which is like the boonies. That's where you know about the Jersey Devil. You know where that is.
Oh yeah, the Pine Barrens. Yeah.
And then you have Central Jersey, which is a few counties. It's this weird little pocket right across the river from like Yardley and Philadelphia and all that. And it's very green, very lush, very filled with twisted woods, yet at the same time has a lot of urban area, and it's very we wish we were New England, but we know we're not.
Got it. Got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Somewhere between New England and Manhattan, Jersey, culturally and class wise, kind of exists. Yeah,
Exactly.
it's like Maryland is the same way when it comes to, like, Yankee versus Southerner. It's in this weird
Oh my
nebulous.
god.
Yeah, yeah, it's this weird nebulous fucking zone of shit, and that's of course where I grew up. You know.
Yeah, I remember like the first time I went to Baltimore, I was like, I'm familiar with these people for some reason.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah. But I take it. Did you actually get down to the Colorado, Texas, Arizona area? When you were discovering the Cherokee part.
Um, you mean have I actually gone there? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I've been to quite a few states actually. I've done quite a bit of traveling in the continental United States.
Oh,
The only thing is like I have not gotten to Colorado. It's one of the few states I haven't gone to, and I really want to because my dad used to live in Colorado, and he tells me wonderful stories about it, and I would love to go there.
nice.
But
Well,
yeah,
let's get on to the topic that we're here to discuss,
yes.
which is Hindu mythology. You said
Yeah.
that you had a little bit that, like, obviously that this is something that, while you're not necessarily ethnically Indian, although in a minute I might actually want the Baroness in here because she is.
Oh, okay.
But you've obviously have taken the spiritual teachings of Hinduism, or some branches of Hinduism to heart, and I'm assuming that because your handle is Yogi Devas, that it actually has that it has to do with the yogi.
Yes. It's one of those things where like the reason, like, how can I say it? Now, I started studying Hinduism as a spiritual practice when I was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those things where, like, at this point, like, I am a Vaishnava Hindu. I am a convert to the religion, and it's one of those things where being not an ethnic Indian has presented some problems with that, in the sense that now Hinduism itself is not necessarily an ethnic only religion, because many Hindu scholars will tell you that the name used in Hindi for India is Bharat, and the scriptures make a lot of reference to Bharat. It's the religion of Bharat. But then, if you go back further, like into the Sanskrit, there's this idea that Bharat was once the entire world, that the empires of India covered the globe, at least mythologically speaking. So it's this idea that because Hinduism didn't really leave the subcontinent of India for a long time, at least not majorly, it was seen as an Indian-only religion, but in truth, it's for everybody who wants to pursue it. So I personally didn't have a problem with converting to it, but
Yeah,
a lot
it's
of
got. I take it it's got something similar to what Catholicism has, which is
yeah.
your ethic. Unlike Judaism or Islam, your ethnicity matters far less to the actual belief system.
Right.
Like that's what I'm hearing. Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is that now the thing with living in Jersey though is that New Jersey actually has the highest population of Indians in the United States.
Really, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it is the highest population of Indians in the continental United States, and so that was great for me because if I want to learn something, there's a lot of temples around here. There's a lot of teachers around here. There's a lot of practitioners around here. Also with eventually being a vegetarian and a vegan, that's easy because there's a lot of Indian markets and restaurants around here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They India. Yeah, even though even though the Indian diet does contain a lot of meat, it's very easily, unlike Western cuisine, it's very easily removable from
yeah,
the vegetable matter. Yeah, it's
yeah,
That's why so many vegetarians go to Indian grocery stores, for those who don't know, because those are all, they're very separate, they're very compartmentalized, just in the diet, in the preparation of the food itself. So if you don't ever want to touch meat, you don't have to, because if you don't buy it, you haven't touched it. It's
exactly. It's so easy. It is
Yeah.
so easy. But yeah, that's the thing though. So because of that though, like now I go to the extent of like I'm particularly a Vaishnava, so I actually wear like the tilak on my forehead and on my body. Like I actually wear the markings.
Okay,
And,
so explain what those are.
okay, so from from my from my knowledge, what I've been able to glean is the idea that the like if you ever see like video or photos of people, mostly in India, wearing like these more complex like designs and and symbols on their forehead and on their arms and things. Now that's referred to, at least in Vaishnavism particularly, it's referred to as tilak, and it's they're markings that are made out of either chandan, which is like sandalwood paste, or a paste that's made from ash, or a paste that's made from mud from a holy river. And at least in my sect of it anyway, I can't speak with full knowledge of other sects, but in my sect of it anyway, every morning when we wake up, we put these markings on our body on 12 to 13 places on the body, and each as we put it on, we chant the names of one of the names of Lord Hari, of the Supreme Lord. And it's the idea that in doing so, we are kind of blessing, intoning, and awakening ourselves to the energy of those names.
Yeah, in a more, I guess, I hate to use this word because it's not actually accurate, but I don't know how else to explain it, so I'll just use the RPG words because I think a lot of people understand that. In a more hermetic sense, like, what you're doing is you're putting the symbol on and you're attuning yourself to it so that it will work, but in the way that your sect organizes it is in the names of gods.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, and more specifically, the various names of one particular god, because
Oh, that's right.
yeah,
Yeah, because in a lot of Hinduism, gods have many, many, many names.
exactly. And actually,
and that's even, and if I'm correct in saying this, that's even different from the fact that many different gods can make up one meta god, for lack of a better way of putting it.
yes, that is different.
Okay.
And you see, now here's the thing. When it comes to the gods, there's a few different things going on with Hinduism, because Hinduism is very you make of it what you will. Because the thing with Hinduism is that, look, for something to be counted as agreeable with Hinduism, the basic idea is that as long as it does not defy any of the core basic principles found in the Vedas, it's fine.
Right.
So,
really quick. To go back to the tilak, would it be fair to say you've seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, the cartoon, right?
It's one of my favorite freaking shows on the planet.
Okay. The thing that he has on his head, would that be fair to say that's a tilak?
I guess you could say that, at least.
It may not be technically, but that's kind of what it's like.
Yeah, it's like, because from what I can understand, from what I remember, it's the idea that all the air nomads have this tattooed symbol on their head, arms, legs, and body. And it represents, like, their spiritual practice. So in a way, yes.
Okay.
Because that's another really big thing with the Tillich as well, because the exact design and shape and what you use to make it with, to those who know, it shows specifically what sect of practice you belong to. They're all different.
Okay, all right. On the stream, like, so it's there's an image that came up when I put in Hinduism and Tilak, which it kind of this one looks like a tuning fork with a red tear in the middle of it. But I'm assuming that there's no one symbol, because, like you said, each one symbolizes a specific sect and so forth, right?
Yeah, they're it's every sect has its own thing. Basically, though, the idea is that all the Vaishnava sects do have that thing that's kind of tuning fork, like, looks like a U.
Yeah.
Yeah, and specifically the reason it's in that shape is that within Vaishnavism, because Vaishnavas worship the Supreme Lord Vishnu in all of his forms, and so the U shape, the reason it's like two lines that connect, it's supposed to be an ancient symbol representing his feet. So it's the idea that the feet of the Supreme Lord are always upon you. It's this I don't want to say it's a subservient symbol, but it's like it's this this idea of taking shelter of something greater than yourself. If that makes sense.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Basically, if his if his feet are upon you, then his presence covers and protects you.
Exactly, and that's what makes it so weird. Being like, for instance, like I grew up as a Roman Catholic, but I had hippie parents, so they were like, "No, go find something that makes you happy."
Yeah. It's weird that it's this tuning fork shape, like that's supposed to represent footprints. You'd think it would be more direct. It's very interesting how that developed.
Yeah.
I wonder. I'd be interested in the obviously this is Indian, not Chinese, but maybe my father knows something about that. He knows a great deal of the way symbols evolve. He's currently working on a theory of the Chinese language and it's how it is written and how that changed and how that I forget what the exact states he talks about are, but he's like, I feel like there are several distinct states of this type of language, and he's like, China's like the last remaining. Chinese is one of the last remaining like types of hieroglyphical language. And
Oh yeah, you're referring to how the characters like evolved from like more pictograph descriptive symbols.
Yeah, exactly. And you could see it in some of them very directly, like in Ran, which means man. Very obviously this is a guy walking. But then you get to some strange ones like Yi, which is fish, and you're like, how the fuck is that a fish? Like, how the fuck is that a fish? But my father's working on that, and he got to a point where he was like, all right, there's kind of an origin point for all of the symbols of Chinese. And it's called these things called the oracle bones. And you're like, what the? I'm like, yeah, you know what he's talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. And the weird thing is he's got this theory that there was an alphabet, but it wasn't a a phonetic alphabet, obviously, but it's a pictographic one, because he noticed that some of these symbols can be, how to put it, they've got like an upper and a lower half, kind of like the I Ching.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so he theorized that what people used to do was they had these things written on these interlocking discs, and they would turn them until the upper and the lower symbol of two concepts they were trying to put together would come together, and that became the symbol. And I'm just like, what the? That's one of those, like, what the fuck? Like, that's how you organize a language? You, like, a series of interlocking discs.
We've never organized a language before. Why the fuck not?
Yeah. A series of interlocking fucking discs, like it's the fucking Lamarchant configuration and shit. You're like, what the fuck?
Oh.
And then you hear crazy shit like, oh yeah, by the way, Incan cities organized according to the fucking constellations. You're like, what? How? You know, like, how fucking advanced were these motherfuckers? That is so crazy abstract.
Well,
how did you get to this?
But that's the thing, though, is that, like, we don't give the ancients enough credit, I think.
Oh, no, we don't. No, we do not.
Like, actually, to kind of, adoptive culturally blow my own horn, so to speak, like, example, now, I've talked about this with several Muslim friends of mine, and I do it a little bit just to rile them a little bit, because it's not really offensive, but it's kind of a different thought, is that, you know the Kaaba in Mecca?
Remind me. I know the word, but what the idea that it connects to is a little fuzzy.
Yeah, the Kaaba in Mecca is is like the giant cube, like the giant black coated cube that's supposed to be like the original. Yeah, it's the original house of worship built by Father Ibrahim. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and but the thing is that there's a very common thought amongst academics of India and of Vedic culture that it's actually originally a Hindu temple.
Really?
Yes, built by Emperor Ashoka, or one of the emperors Ashoka. There were a couple emperors who had that name, but yeah, because the idea is that at one point, one of the empires in northern India extended into what we now call Saudi Arabia. And if people look at the Indian history, what's interesting is that a lot of people praise the Middle East and specifically Arabia with giving us like arithmetic and geometry and things like that. But there's actually evidence to suggest that it was introduced to them by ancient Indians.
Yeah, because it, as my grandfather would say, because China made it first.
Exactly.
Everything's first made in China, you know, like.
But the thing that's interesting about it, though, is that, well, one, in Islam, what they say is that the Kaaba was originally made by Abraham, but then, filthy pantheists filled it with statues of their gods, and so that's why Muhammad smashed them.
Right, because he's got a similar, like, a church should be a house of prayer moment that Jesus had.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's different. It's different. The whole context is different, but, like, just, it's that same, like, go in the temple, break shit up, and... yeah, okay, yeah. There's a picture of it right there. That is a building, for everybody, who's like, oh, that's a cute little box. What are all those little things around it? Those are people,
And, but now that's the thing now. So what's interesting about it is that, so there are records... that Indiologists have found that talk about a temple dedicated to Shiva that the emperor built in what we would consider the city of Mecca. And it matches the description of the Kaaba. And the stone that's put in... There's a thing in the Kaaba where in a lower corner there's like this stone a very polished black stone that they say that, you know, the mythology is, oh well, God gave it to Abraham from space, so it's like a meteorite or something. But they put the stone in the corner for everyone to touch it as they circle it. Now, the story is that Muhammad took the stone from inside the temple and put it into the corner for everyone to see. But here's the thing, that perfectly matches the shape, description, and type of stone used to make a Shiva lingam, which is an ancient idol of Lord Shiva. So there is very good chance.
Here's an image of a bunch of people, like some people touching that side of it. God, like Mecca is. I'm consistently impressed with the fucking construction of this monument. It's crazy. It's like Taj Mahal levels of like, what the fuck, you know? Like, man built this, you know.
And now the thing that's kind of sad about it, though, is that now if this is true, then technically there would be evidence that Abraham did not build it. And so every time Indiologists want to come in to look at it, the Saudi Arabian government goes, no, never. There's actually it's more of a conspiracy theory, but they think that's why it's covered in black cloth, because supposedly if this is the temple of Lord Shiva built by Emperor Ashoka, there should be Sanskrit writing on the building somewhere.
Oh, man. That would be... Oh,
that would be,
Jesus.
Yeah, if that could be proven, it would be monumentally bad for
that would be catastrophic for fucking fundamentalist Islam. That'd be catastrophic. That would be like finding out that that'd be like finding out like the Shroud of Turin is literally the face of Satan. That'd be like that level of, oh shit. You know, like, oh my God, no, that'd be catastrophic. That'd be, oh God, that'd be shaking the pillars of heaven right there. Holy crap!
It really would be, and that's the thing too. If you notice, I don't know if you know that much about it, but people think that this is one of the many reasons why non-Muslims are not allowed in Mecca.
So no one will find out.
Exactly, because Muslims.
Oh man. Yeah. Because Muslims wouldn't know what that necessarily know what that shit is. It's like the faithful are already, they're already invested, but like everybody else, not so much. You know, they come in with a curious eye. They start poking around. Oh, but the thing that's so freaky about this is that, unlike a lot of the stuff that's rumored to be in the Vatican, which, you know, is probably all fake, you know, like the Spear of Longinus. And I'm like, that would have been a fucking stick, okay? Like, it's not, that is not the Spear of Longinus. There's no fucking way. You're not going to give that to a random centurion.
No, Jackula. It was totally a thing, and Sir Ritolorgus of Germany totally had it, and Hitler totally took it from that museum in Austria. That's totally...
Yeah, that's totally what happened. Look, I love those stories. I love them. But like when it comes down to it, it's like that moment in The Last Crusade, you know, where that I got immediately. They're in that room and it's like, you know, choose the cup of Christ, and the guy drinks from this golden chalice, and I'm just like, it wouldn't be made of gold. You know, and then she fucking says it wouldn't be made of gold, and then Indiana Jones goes, that's the cup of a carpenter. And you're like, yes. It would.
Yeah, he was a homeless carpenter. Wouldn't have a gold chalice.
He wouldn't have a gold chalice. You would have to sell that to make sure everyone was fed. You know, it's going to be a piece of shit. You know, you know, the symbol is what matters here. You know, and the Spear of Longinus would be the same way. It's not going to be this jeweled goddamn thing. Longinus would have been, he's the guy whose job it is to stab a dude, make sure he's dead. That's not going to be made out of gold. They're going to make that out of bronze, maybe. You know, just to make sure it could actually pierce the flesh. Like, hey, his guts come out. Guts came out. Motherfucker's dead now. You know,
Yeah.
like...
And besides, just from like a logistics standpoint, it wouldn't make sense for it to be made of gold. I mean, if it's a weapon, why would you use a malleable, bendable metal?
Yeah. You're not going to make... Gold makes shitty weaponry. It's just really bad. It's like, heavy. It's heavy, and it's heavier than it needs to, and it protects like shit. You know, if for anybody who's never touched gold, if you've ever touched... Oh, God, I guess they wouldn't have. Fuck. Okay. This shows how back in the day I go. All right. You remember when role-playing game miniatures are made out of lead? Yeah, okay. Gold has nearly the exact fucking melting point as lead. You know, not exactly, but close enough for for human touch that can't determine the difference. So lead, which is super meltable, super malleable, gold is exactly the same way. You know, it's a shitty fucking metal to make weapons out of, but it's amazing as a semiconductor. It's fantastic.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, that's why. I mean, like, you know, you know your history. I mean, like, wasn't gold involved when like the Egyptians accidentally made a dynamo?
Well, they're not sure that that's exactly what happened. But they're pretty sure that they had the. It was one of the. They're pretty sure that there were some guys who developed capacitors and batteries, because that's just basically chemical. That's chemical shit. But the problem is that nothing in Egypt during that period of time would have needed it. It was like, hey, I've created a thing. It stores power. Awesome. Now what do we do?
Yeah, like
there's nothing to move it. It would be like having gasoline without an engine, or an engine without a car. You know, what do you do with it? You know,
exactly. Like a theory I've heard is that because the Hermetic and alchemical arts were really popular with the highly educated in Egypt at the time, there was there's a theory that maybe it was an accidental byproduct because they were trying to figure out how to turn lead into gold or something like that.
Yeah, it's entirely possible.
So I was just like, maybe.
Yeah, it could be. We don't really know. We don't really... most of what we can prove that ancient alchemists actually made that worked essentially became chemistry.
Exactly.
That's the shit we know happened. Everything else just kind of falls to the wayside. But like I said, it's possible that they built batteries and capacitors and just didn't have anything to hook them up to. Because like I said, there's a chance that the Chinese language is descended from a series of interlocking movable disks. And you're like, what the fuck? Like ancient civilizations get up some crazy shit, and you're like, wait, why would anyone do that? And it's because no one said you couldn't. No one said you couldn't. Like, well, we gotta make these ideas happen somehow, so we create these systems to do it, so that we can make some sort of order out of all this everything. Like that's what language is. It's a series of symbols and sounds intended to mimic the thoughts of one person to another, so that you can both be thinking about the same thing at relatively the same time. So you know what's going on.
Exactly.
And the fact that we can do that at all is just amazing. So back on your.
Oh my. Yeah, we side tangented like hell.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like that's me. I do that.
So do I.
So
we've got. Yeah.
You were saying that I had a question about
the
way. Yeah. The Asuras versus the Devas, but before we even do that, I had a question about the way the names of the gods work specifically. I had a question because I'm hearing this, and I really should be talking to my uncle about it, because he's Hindu and he is also, I don't know what sect or what anything, because he doesn't really talk about it, because what he really likes to talk about is like his car, his retirement, what food he had, like, yeah, stuff like that, how Nina, my cousin, is doing, that's what he cares about on a daily basis, whatever stupid argument he had with my aunt that he thought was really funny, like,
Life's a life, man.
yeah. And question, does the name of the god itself, which version of the name you use, is that also intended to symbolize your sect?
To an extent. Like,
Okay.
okay, example, specifically within Vaishnavism, because the three major sects of Hinduism are Shaktism, Shaivism, and Vaishnavism. And each of them have like subgroupings, many subgroupings.
Yeah. That's Vaishnu. That's based or Vaishnavism, which is based around Vishnu. Shaktiism, which was based around Shakti. And what was the third one?
Shaivism, and that's based around the worship of Lord Shiva.
Okay.
Lord Shiva, yeah.
Shiva, yeah. As it's commonly mispronounced in the West, Shiva. Yeah.
Exactly. And so which is interesting, because Shiva is actually, if you talk to Indian Hindus, Shiva is actually not one of the more common names they'll colloquially refer to him as. They usually say like Mahesh or Mahadev or something like that. They usually use one of his other names, oddly enough. Shiva only really comes up in like direct conversation about the mythology to questioners, oddly enough.
Interesting.
I don't really know why. But example, like within Vaishnavism, like what name you use to describe Lord Vishnu, it kind of does say about you, like, possibly what area of Vaishnavism you're in. Example, if you talk to people whose Vaishnavism stems from the teaching of either Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu or Vallabhacharya Mahaprabhu, they'll often talk about Radha and Krishna specifically, because to them Krishna is the most supreme form of Lord Vishnu, so that's who they focus on.
Right.
Whereas if you talk to someone from the Sri Sampradaya of Vaishnavism, they'll talk a lot of times they'll either say Ram or Narayana. So yeah, specifically what name you give to the Supreme Personality, it does speak about you, about what sect you belong to or what area of it you do belong to. So yes.
Got it. So it does have some sort of bearing, although a little indirect.
Yes.
Okay. It's not like, oh, you call him this, that. It's like, oh, you call him this, oh, you must be from this region, as opposed to, yes, we recognize immediately that because you say this, that means you worship Lord Vishnu, and you come from the part of India where the flowers bloom in the south after the third day in spring or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you had a question about the Devas and the Asuras, though, yes?
Yeah. I am very uncertain of the relationship between those two groups of gods, because the overall Indian mythology is much like the Norse mythology, which is that there are two separate pantheons of gods that come together to form a single mythology, and that's not uncommon, but it's a little hard for a lot of. It's not what people usually think of. When people think of the Norse gods, they think of it's a single group of people, but it's actually not. It's split between the Aesir and the Vanir, one of whom were these fertility gods of the more eastern people, and then there's the Aesir, who were actually a more how to put it? It's very hard to. The main thing that separated the two was that the people who followed the Asir were a writing culture, where the Vanir were not a writing culture. You know, but they came together. There was obviously a conflict, and the two gods that we know that existed and all that remain of the Vanir are Frey and Freya. And no one is quite sure if there are any other gods of the Vanir, you know, but they're the ones that survive, and they are considered, and they've been worked into the mythology with the Aesir, and they collectively live in Asgard, rule over the Nordic people, and all that jazz.
Right.
Whereas, you know, like another example is one where there's a constant regime change. That this is more unusual, where there's a constant regime change, and the main area where that you can see that is in Ireland. The mythology of Ireland is that of constant fucking invasion and regime change. You know, from you have the Cluricon, then you have the Fomorians, and then you have the I think the ones that came next are the Tuatha De Danann, and then the Thini Shi, and it's successive fucking, you know, regime change, historical regime change of these gods, and underneath all of that is Ireland herself, who strangely enough is represented by a goddess who is considered to have always been there since before anyone touched it, and that is the Morrigan.
Yeah, oh god, I don't mess with the Morrigan.
Yeah. The Phantom Queen, the queen of the invisible, the queen of the occult, like for lack of a better way of putting it, like when you look at it, you're like, that is the true, in many ways, the true deity of Ireland is the Morrigan, the most ancient of them,
Yeah. It's like when I meet neo-pagans, because I like a stint of my life was in the neo-pagan community, and I still go back every so often. But when I meet like neo-pagans who say things like, "Oh yeah, no, like specifically we're going to be doing like evocations of like Hecate or Inanna or Istar," I'm like, okay, you have fun with that. That's too fucking primal and chaotic. You go ahead.
Yeah. Well, it's also strangely, it's also very interesting because like neo-paganism is so multicultural, because that right there, Morrigan, Hecate, Ashana, those are three very separate cultures coming together.
Exactly.
Very different. Like Hecate is Greek. That's a Grecian goddess. With Inanna, like that's a completely different region of Europe.
Exactly. And it's completely different, like cultural definitions and understandings of what these entities are. And I'm like,
but they
go ahead.
But they do all have, like I said in, I Spit on Your Grave, what do those goddesses have in common? Witchcraft. Yeah. Witchcraft, like the spinning of fate. That's the big primal, that's the big, like, you're right, it's the big primal energies.
Now that's something. Your review of I Spit on Your Grave, number one of my absolute favorite videos on YouTube.
Thank you.
Number two, it's actually how I've introduced about 5 different people to your show. And they're like, and at the end of that 2-parter, they're like, Jesus Christ, we need to watch more of this guy. And
man.
But number 3, something that I really appreciated is, one, getting back to like the Devas and the Asuras. Number 1 about that, I really appreciated your references to Saraswati, Parvati, and Mahakali. I really appreciated that. And also, talking about the witchcraft, I love how, like, when you were talking about the triple goddess, that you did actually have the, I think the title of the track is Witch's Chant by Incubus Succubus.
The Witch's Cant by Incubus Succubus, yeah.
I love Incubus Succubus. I was so happy.
They're a great band. Well, I love the fact that song is so simple. which is just the chanting of the goddesses who've descended into the underworld.
Yeah,
You know?
it was
You
a
know,
star
like Astarte, Hecate, Nana. No,
it's no Isis,
Isis, Astarte, Diana,
Hecate,
Hecate, um,
Hecate, Demeter, Kali, Inanna.
Demeter, Kali, Inanna. Yeah, just over and over again. You
I
know,
love it.
yeah. Witches can't incubus, succubus. It's like it's a little late, so I'm like, no, I don't want to get those. I don't want to get those words wrong. Lyrics. Here we go. Yeah, Isis, Astarte, Diana, Hecate, Demeter, Kali, Inanna. You know, just that over and over and over again. You know, and yeah, like those are the underworld those are the goddesses that descend into the underworld. For very different reasons. For very reasons. With Isis, it's to get her husband back. For Astarte, I'm having trouble remembering it.
Well, Astarte, from what I understand, actually, there's another YouTuber who I watch called Psycho Sorcerer, and he's on here. And he pointed out that Inanna and Astarte are pretty much the same deity, but one's Babylonian, one's Sumerian.
One's Sumerian? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they're the same deity. So they went into the underworld, if I remember the story correctly, she was kind of like making like a threat against the other gods, like yeah, well, I'm going to go into the underworld and I'm going to unleash all of the dead onto the land just because you won't do what I say. And the story is that as she to the underworld, she passes 7 gates.
Yeah, the 7 veils. Yeah. Each one she removes a piece of her clothing, but until she is naked before the underworld.
Exactly,
you know, and in that state, she is essentially impregnated with the knowledge of magic. You know,
exactly, yes,
yeah.
And then like Demeter went to go get Persephone, and you know, there's so much stuff. There's so much stuff. But so if I can bring it back a bit to your question about what is the difference between the Devas and the Asuras, now. The Devas are really the only ones that are really, if I can say it this way, they're the only ones that are really like gods.
All right,
really.
They're the ones who are considered actual deities.
Exactly. The way the Hindu mythology works is that you have like the that's the thing, like the Devas and God, like God are not the same thing.
Wait, repeat that?
Yeah, like, in Hinduism, traditionally, you have this idea that there is, like, a god, the way you would define what a god is in, like, the Western ideal, like this supreme, all-knowing, all-powerful creator, controller, and designer.
Right.
And that being is not the Devas. The Devas are kind of like, the closest thing I could assign them is the title demigod. In the sense that they are, or actually, you know, actually now I think about it, they're closer to, if you know Roman Catholicism, they're closer to the idea of, like the archangels. They're divine beings, eternal, and they oversee certain aspects of material existence and life, but they are not the supreme.
Okay, but there is a supreme, is what I'm getting between the lines there. Exactly,
there is a supreme.
Okay, but is that considered essentially unreachable beyond the reach of man, kind of thing?
Well, here's the thing. Okay, very much with what you were talking about a couple streams ago, the idea of like being in touch with like primal, more earthly powers. Mm-hmm. That's more like the realm of the Devs or the Devas. You know, because that's where you have like Ganesh, Indra, Supabrahma. Like these are like the beings that control things like that. And reaching them is somewhat easy, just like in the sense of like the way you would in most animistic religions, like through worship and material understanding and things like that. But now this is why Hindus, or at least I don't want to say this because it sounds so bad, but like proper Hindus, or Hindus who actually have an in-depth understanding of their own religion.
Right.
If you, this is why they don't really get into fights with other religions, because the idea is that in Hindu epistemology, the idea is that man is finite, fallible, able to make mistakes, and we do not have infinite knowledge, at least not right now in our evolutionary state.
Okay.
Whereas God, if you're going to define the supreme deity or the supreme, how do we define him? We usually collectively agree that if there is a supreme deity, that he's infinite and transcendent. Yes?
Yes. Yeah, that's usually the case.
Exactly. Now, the problem with that is if he's transcendent,
or he's
that
just
means
the sun, like, yeah, like, that happens too.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, for the sake of argument. And so the problem is that if he's transcendent, that means he's beyond all things in space and time. So you can't really reach that physically or empirically. And if he's infinite, he's beyond the grasp of your mental ability. So you can't really reach that through intuitive means. So by all accounts, it should be impossible to actually realize what God is or know God, but there is a way in which that's possible, and that's through grace, through the idea that the infinite can touch the finite. So the idea of it is this, is that in Hinduism, the idea is that if you really want to know God, you make yourself able to know him through like things like reading the texts, studying the words of the sages, doing the spiritual experimentation, trying to, in a way, I don't want to say purify yourself because that sounds so condescending, but like you try to make yourself able to receive that. And that's how you know God, not through trying to reach him, but necessarily making yourself able to be reached by him.
Right. Okay. So. Okay.
And that's
so
why
this is very interesting because you could see how through this through this is not Siddhartha happens.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gautama Siddhartha Buddha. Yes.
Yeah. AKA Siddhartha, AKA the Buddha.
Mm-hmm.
Like how because that's exactly what he's doing when he's meditating by the sea and the storm god arrives and all that jazz.
Exactly. And that's why Buddha is in the Hindu pantheon.
Right, because he basically the proof that this is possible through mortal means to be touched by the infinite.
Exactly, and that's a thing though. That's why it's so strange to say this because most Hindus love Buddha, but also most Hindus have a problem with the institution that is Buddhism.
And it's not just because it's a horrible fucking Chinese bastardization.
Oddly enough, no. Even in the traditional Indian schools, like there's an issue because, like, well, maybe not so much because, okay, so you know how, do you know of Pamasambhawa?
No, I don't.
Okay, Pamasambhawa is the one who, in Tibetan Buddhism, he's kind of like the founder. He's the one who brought Buddhism from India into Tibet. Specifically Vajrayana Buddhism, but yes.
Okay, so now we're getting into the now we're getting into the Dalai Lama and all that stuff.
Exactly, who is a great man who I've actually been able to meet briefly, and he's an amazing individual. Because he came to Princeton University and gave a talk, and I was there, and it was absolutely amazing. But yeah, the thing with that is that so Pamasambhava brings Vajrayana Buddhism from India into Tibet,
Okay.
and it's maybe after about 100 to 200 years that you have oh god, his name escapes me, but there is one uh Tibetan Buddhist cleric. I think his name was it was like Naga something. The word Naga is in his name. I'll look it up later and like link it to you or something.
Got it.
But basically he's the one who came up with the ideas of emptiness and not having a self.
Oh.
Yeah, if you look at Buddhism pre that, because if you example like if you look at like the Dhammapada and the Pali Canon, which are the closest thing you're going to get to authentic teachings of the Buddha, because they're the origin, they're like the two first things that were written.
Right, right. They're the closest thing to the direct line that could exist. Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. If you look at that, he never really says that there is no soul or that there is no existence or that everything is empty. That actually came much later.
Yeah. It's because at that point, like I've said, there's a huge difference between the idea of like, oh, there is emptiness, and you're just sort of like, no. When you're dealing with the story of Siddhartha, you're dealing with the idea it's purely that your perception is an illusion. It's not saying that there's nothing there. It's just saying it's an illusion. Your understanding of it is illusory and is is not true. It's not, you're not seeing how it is. You have all of these preconceived, the Maya, these preconceived notions, these illusions that you've been given so that you can function in this world, but that's not the way it is.
Exactly. Maya is a bitch.
Yeah.
No, and that's the thing though. So because like if you look at like the Dhammapada and the Pali Canon, couple things. One, Buddha talks about reincarnation. Well, and most schools of Buddhism talk about reincarnation. Now, if there's no self, what the hell reincarnates?
Right.
That's a big problem. Another big problem is that one of the only times the Buddha gives like a command, it's one of the last things he says to his followers before he dies is like, continue the practice and achieve the bliss of nirvana. Well, if there's no self, which means after I'm realized I'll stop existing, what the hell is this bliss that I'm supposed to attain? That creates a problem.
Right.
So the thing is that it's one of those things where I very much love the Buddha and the teachings of the Buddha, but there are many schools of organized Buddhism that I take issue with because of that. Because from a Hindu perspective,
yeah. From just like every religion, Buddhism has its literalisms.
Exactly. Because from a Hindu perspective, Buddhism is what you can call a via negativa. It's a vehicle of negation. Hinduism tries to enlighten you by showing you what the soul is and what the self is and what reality is, whereas Buddhism says, that's a little too complicated for a lot of people. That's a little too like out there cosmically for a lot of people. So the teaching of the Buddha is the same thing. It's the Vedic knowledge, but taught through negation. I'm going to show you what.
I'm not sure how so through negation.
Negation in the sense of I'm going to show you what you are not. I show you what.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, it's this idea that the idea of the Buddha is that trying to logically understand the self or the true nature of reality is impossible, or at least for many people it is. So instead, I'm going to show them what the soul is not, what the self is not, what reality is not. And then intuitively what's left, they'll understand that that's what is.
Right. Right. Yeah, a lot of like and that's an aspect of Buddhism that absolutely fucking makes it well into Zen Buddhism and and into China and all that jazz.
Yes.
Yeah. I see that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is a potential issue. The only Zen Buddhist that I know who tried to combat that was actually Zhengzhi.
yes. Yeah. That's actually why of modern example, like of modern current Zen Buddhist teachers, one of my favorite ones is Brian Warner. If you know him, I don't know.
If he killed the Buddha on the road guy.
Yeah, Brian Warner's
Okay.
the one who. Yeah,
Okay.
he's the one who.
I got it. I got it.
Yeah, he wrote like "Sit Down, Shut Up" and "Meditate," or like "Meditate and Destroy" and like shit like that. That's him.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And something a book that he wrote that I absolutely love is "There Is No God and He Is Always with You." It's a book that I absolutely love because as a modern he's a Westerner originally. He's an American who later converted to Zen Buddhism and became a Zen Buddhist priest. So that book is towards his Western audience, the idea of like, look, I understand. I was raised with an idea of a God too, and in some way I think there is something there. So I don't think that there's nothing, but I do think that it's nothing like we're describing it.
Yeah. What I've been,
and,
my personal opinion on the matter is, it's, I don't know, when I talk about magic and sorcery, people are like, well, what is it? And I'm like, well, I don't know, and I don't think anyone does, and that's the important thing. Like, I don't think anyone does. I think everyone just realizes that there's this kind of strange accumulation and clustering of strange shit that happens when you begin trying to do this, and when you do it, strange shit begins to happen, and you're like, whoa, is this my perception? Is this actually happening? Or does it not matter? And it's that last one which is the most fucking curious, because you would think, because you're like, well, how could it not matter? And you find yourself going like, yeah, but that's a question. That's a question. Does it matter? It's very much like, one does not have to know every facet of the human mind to know that you are a person, you are a being that thinks.
Right.
Like, oh, am I real? Well, how could you not be? How could there not be a you to think of you? It's like, but what if the me is just made up of little tiny robots, which is what one French philosopher thought. It's a series of little instinctual patterns that needs a bigger pattern to guide it somehow, and that's the self. That's the human concept of the self. That's what it is. And you're like, well, does that mean it's real? Does that mean it's fake? And you also have that question of, wait, does it matter? It obviously is doing something. Whatever it is, it's doing something. So does it matter whether or not you truly understand it insofar as the question of its existence?
Exactly. And and that's the thing though. I'm okay with that gray middle area. I'm comfortable with that because generally people who deal in absolutes, especially when it comes to spirituality, people who deal in absolutes tend to scare me.
Well, it's very odd because you start doing, because that's when weird shit starts. That's when really weird, bad shit starts to happen. Like, that's when you start thinking like, hey, it'd be a good idea if we created a game and made everyone play it, but we do it with human heads. Like, that's when that shit starts, and you're like, whoa, wait a minute. Why are we fucking cutting dudes' heads off to fucking play this game? What the fuck is wrong with us?
Can't we use coconuts?
Yeah, can we just use coconuts? Or like, there's this thing we have called rubber, You know, like, we have it. We could do that. You know, wouldn't that be okay? No, human heads. That's the way to go. Oh, shit. Run. Everybody fucking run. You know, like, we gotta stop this somehow. Oh, hey, some white people. Hey, white people, do you want to stop this guy who's fucking making us play this game with motherfucking heads? Yeah? Awesome. Oh, shit, that didn't work out either. You know, you know, like
Oh,
that's the
Lord.
point where, like, crazy shit starts to happen, and you're like, I think we need to go back and live with a little bit of fucking doubt and uncertainty, because when we get really certain of this shit, it seems like things go wrong. You know?
And that's also another thing too, is like it like goes wrong in so many ways. Like one of the things that like bothers me about absolutist theist or absolutist atheists,
Yeah.
one of the major things that bothers me is that beyond the fact that that's where, you know, you get easily offended, that's where you get like defensive about shit, but it's also where where like the ability to understand different interpretations of the same concept starts to break down.
Yeah.
Like a really big example. Now, to all the atheists who are here, I'm very sorry, but two people, like, there are some like major prolific atheists who I love and others who I don't. Like, example, I'm not really a big Christopher Hitchens fan because he was a little too abrasive for me. What he talked about I had no problem with, but he himself was a little abrasive for me personally. But now, one of the possibly the most important atheist writer and I guess you could say philosopher of the modern age is what?
Yeah,
Richard Dawkins.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Now, there was, I remember the series was like released on YouTube, and I watched a couple videos on YouTube, but there was this short series where Richard Dawkins would go around to these spiritualists, and he would have like discussions with them and try to debunk what they were saying through discussion. Like one of them was Deepak Chopra.
Well, that's that guy is such an easy target, you know.
Yeah,
like you could pick that guy apart real easy, you know.
You know, that's the thing, and it's interesting. A lot of people in the comments on that particular video were like, "Yeah, you see, it's all bullshit and blah blah blah." And I'm like, "Well, Deepak Chopra is kind of like his spirituality is schizophrenic." I'm like,
yeah. You can't really, like, how to put it. Like, yeah, it's really easy to debunk what a guy is saying if he is essentially the used car salesman of fucking spiritualism.
Exactly,
you know? Because that's what Deepak Chopra is. You know, like he's a complete fucking huckster. You know, I am impressed by his ability to mesmerize an audience, but like, as far
he's
as
a great
orator, great speaker. But it's one of those, like, so what truth does he have? He's like, the same truth every religious leader has, which is if your mileage will fucking vary, man. You know, if you want absolute truth, you're screwed because there is none. Not when it comes to the matters of the soul. That the only absolute truth is the one the answer that you create for you and you're yourself alone. You know,
exactly.
There's no other great truth to it. You know, like my favorite example of I use media a lot to talk about these big concepts, which delights me because I'm like, that is such a stupid way of doing it. I love it. Because I'll tell that story why I love it so much later. But there was this one where it's like, all right, do you want to know what it's like to stand in the presence of the divine and be told you may ask one and one question only, you know, and be given like some sort of situation like that? All right, there's an answer that to me is like this fucking scene perfectly fucking illustrates that whole thing, which is an episode of The Tick, where the Tick goes on a mental journey, and he's guided by his own floating head into this inner space, and then he sees this like sphinx-like image of the top of his head, and he goes, and then the spirit guide goes, Tick, this is your self-image. He goes, oh, we look cool. Like, yes, Tick. You may ask it one and only one question. And he's supposed to be it's supposed to be, what's the meaning of life? That's what this is leading up to. Right. He just looks at it. Yeah, it doesn't go there. And he just looks at it. He goes, how we doing? And there's an earthquake, and a gigantic sphinx like pyramid like thumb appears out of the ground. Just thumbs up.
Hey, okay.
And fucking the Tick goes, yes! And he gives him gives his self-image the thumbs up too. And he goes, we're doing okay. And I'm just sitting there, and I'm like, that is the perfect illustration, because what other fucking question would be worth asking in that moment? The meaning of life? No, fuck that. No, how we doing? We doing okay? Yeah, you're doing fine. Okay, great. Awesome.
You know, because that means we've got it. It's okay. It's
okay. It's all going to be okay. Everything's cool. You don't have to worry about it. You know, like, oh, awesome. Fantastic. You know, and that to me has always been like, you know, like, can you describe enlightenment? And I'm like, I can a little bit. It's kind of like, it's watching the Tick asking himself if he's okay. You know, now, does that answer work for anybody else? No, it doesn't. It's my answer. You know, like and that's a concept that's in Zen Buddhism, which is like, well, what's the answer? And it's like, I can't tell you. You have to experience it. You know, and every experience is very individual. But I will say one thing that I'm pretty certain of, which is ultimate truth is dumber than you think. You know, that's one of the big lessons of my experience, which is like ultimate understanding is dumber than you think it is. You know.
But I'm sorry. Yeah, but something I wanted to say though with that whole like Richard Dawkins series was okay. So like the final video in the series, like, you know, he goes through all these people like Deepak Chopra and like a televangelist, and you know they're easy to pick apart. But he meets and again I forget his name. I'm so terrible with these names. He meets this man who is a Jain practitioner, and specifically he was a
Jainists. Yeah, okay. For those of you who don't know, Jainists are super pacifists. Like, when you get deep into Jainism, like, you worry about the fleas that exist on your pet, because that's a life and that's precious. Like, it's that level of pacifism. There's a lot more to it as well, but that's the big thing that they're kind of known for, is this crazy level of pacifism where you're like, dude, you have got to fucking kill that mosquito. No, it's alive. I won't kill it. And you're like, but a fucking another animal will kill it, but that's not my place. You know, like that kind of stuff.
Not mine.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the monks and nuns will like the Jain monks and nuns, they try very hard. They don't drive cars or ride in them. They walk everywhere. They're always barefoot, and they always have like little brooms, so while they walk they can sweep insects out of the way.
Yeah.
They don't they don't want to hurt anything. But so Richard Dawkins meets this man who is no longer a Jain monk now, but he's still a practitioner. And he, and he's like a very prolific individual, because he was part of like the early like Indian college movement of students who like went to go see Mahatma Gandhi and joined the resistance against British imperialism. Like, a very important man. And him and Dawkins start to talk. And very quickly, Dawkins becomes very perturbed, because Jainism isn't really a theistic religion, but it's definitely a very spiritual religion. And it has this concept of like the universal spirit and the universal consciousness. And he starts talking about it, and Dawkins gets very confused. He's like, well, no, that's not real. And then they start talking about it, and Dawkins is using an Abrahamist description of God to try to understand Jainist spirituality. And
that's when you realize like how fucking actually localized the concept of a god is to Europe and the Middle East.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's super localized. It's super localized. It's just that fucking culture, those cultures are the ones that have spread to the other half of the hemisphere. You know, so that idea is the one that percolates. It's our idea of God that happens in Europe and in the Middle East. But if you go other places, that concept is extremely different.
Yeah. And it actually it's odd because using like the Jainist concept of what spirit is, he begins to kind of run circles around Dawkins, and Dawkins like starts to flub up and starts to get like very perturbed. It actually gets to the point where the guy who's running the camera, and this is still in the episode, I don't freaking know why, but the guy who's running the camera actually steps out from behind the camera and starts to verbally abuse this Jain individual. For like, you know, like how dare you and blah 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 and all this stuff, and Richard Dawkins has to like tell him like, no, go back, stop that. So it's very, you know, that's one of those things though, like when you deal in absolutes either way, as an atheist or as a theist or somewhere in between, when you start to deal in absolutes, that's what scares me about it. That I think what happens is your ability to comprehend different descriptions and understandings of a concept break down because you're like, no, I'm against this because all of these are like,
your willingness to engage in it becomes severely limited, and your defense against it becomes knee jerk, and it turns into offense.
Exactly,
which is way harder to dismantle. You know, like how to put it, like offense on that level is a bomb, you know, and it's one that the other person isn't necessarily bringing. It's one that maybe you're bringing. And it's up to you to dismantle it and just be like, whoa. We don't have to get into a thing here. But of course, there are times when you do have to get into a thing, which is the big question. You know, is this a thing that we got to get into? Does it have to come down to violence? Do we have to resolve this? Now, obviously, in the case of like Dawkins and his crew against a Janus, the answer is no. You know, because what's the guy gonna do? Pacify you to death? You know, like there's no urgency whatsoever. But if they were for some reason dealing with an extreme Muslim and
that's something
they're Christians,
different.
That's very different. That's a potential deadly situation. Yeah. You know, and you have to always figure out which one is you're dealing with, you know, which is one of those things.
Yeah.
You know, people, you know, when people talk about Satanism, it's like, oh, how do you talk to a Satanist? Well, you ask somebody. It's like, well, how do I ask them? It's like, oh, you ask them to meet you in a public place and talk, or talk online where you feel comfortable.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, wait, what do you mean? It's like, no, the Satanists will talk to you, man. Like, they'll just talk to you as long as they got time. They might not have time. They got jobs too, you know. But they generally willing to talk about it, because why? Well, why wouldn't they be? And it's as simple as that, because the heart of the whole thing is, for lack of a better way of putting it, maybe righteousness is not so righteous after all. You know, that's really at the heart of it. You know, like, well, what if you're wrong? You know, what if this whole idea of good is completely erroneous? Not the idea of whether goodness exists or doesn't. Obviously, it does. You know, I don't know a Satanist alive who would take it so far as to say good doesn't exist. You know, they might say it doesn't matter, but I don't know if they would say it doesn't exist. I certainly haven't. But what you find mostly, this is the most common interpretation, the most common part of this, which is maybe righteousness is not so righteous after all. Like that's the big question at the heart of it. Because look at all the awful things that have happened in the pursuit of righteousness. Look at what has been lost. Look at what has been lost that is essential to our experience as human beings. Not like, we're not talking like, oh, you've lost the ability to fucking poison and kill people. That's not what we're talking about. We're literally talking about, look at what has been lost because we cannot discuss sexuality honestly.
Oh God,
yeah. Look at what's been lost. It's horrific, and the question is like, well, what's the answer? And it's like, well, the answer is to discuss it like it is a thing that exists. This is really important because right now we talk about it as if it is a thing that is something undesirable people do. We don't talk about it like it's a thing that exists, and the reason for that is very obvious, which is on the subject of sexuality, the Abrahamic religions are silent. They have literally nothing to say. And the funny thing is that in the fucking grand scheme of mythology and religion, that's unusual. It is unusual for it to say nothing on the subject, because even Hinduism, which is also a very aesthetic religion, has things to say about it.
Oh God! Actually, even within now on like my channel on YouTube, if I can do a small plug for myself,
go for it.
Yeah, I have a show on YouTube that I started recently, and it's called Western Guy with Vedic Eyes, where the idea is that, well, yeah, it was one of those things where, like, I'm an openly gay Western Hindu, so I had to work a Queer Eye reference in there somewhere.
Okay, no, wait, hold on. You just told me you're a gay guy. I have to ask, are you technically a bear?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That is awesome. You are a fucking gay Hindu dude whose online handle is Yogi Deva-Das. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing. I love that. I love every part of that.
The irony of it has hit me as well. It really has. Oh God, yeah. But yeah. So the thing is, like, so on my show, the idea is that, like, I'm a Westerner who's had to very rapidly learn and adopt this whole huge new system.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much me breaking it down and explaining it to a mainly Western audience. And what's odd about it is that the few episodes I have up right now, like, I've actually gotten, like, comments, like on my Twitter and on my Instagram, I've had comments, like, from Indians living in India who are like, "Oh, we didn't know this. Thank you. Like, you're like, you're a Western teacher," and I'm like, wow, that's kind of horrifying. I don't want to be responsible for that, but but anyway. Oh, you okay?
Oh yeah, it's the recovery period from being sick.
God.
Like, everything's okay until you start hacking up mucus, and then you're like, oh shit, I'm coughing,
Yeah, because, I hate that period where your body's like, okay, I can actually forcibly get rid of all this leftover shit now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's awful. But but one of the videos I have up is about Vivaha, the concept of marriage in Hinduism.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was different as well.
Well, yeah. Because it's interesting, and I'm one of the episodes, because I'm actually off for a few days this week, so I'm working on like 5 different videos simultaneously right now, and one of them is about sexuality. But the thing with marriage, that's the thing. Like, Hinduism has a very, like, flushed out idea as to what sexuality is. Like, Hinduism has
extremely.
Exactly. Well, yeah, So.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, fucking, like, how to put it? Like, Kama Sutra came from somewhere.
Yeah.
And it wasn't Europe,
White people didn't write this
Yeah.
shit. At the same time, I think the best thing I ever heard was I was talking one time. I was talking to one of my Indian friends. Their grandmother was in the room during this conversation. We were talking about Kama Sutra, and she just goes, "Oh, that book! I tell you, that book was written to sell scented oils to white people."
Yes.
And I died laughing.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Yes. Because that actually is the primary thing that it talks about, which is the placement of scented oils on the woman's body and where they're supposed to be placed in order to attract a man to do exactly that thing that you like, essentially. But the thing is there actually is a story, a legitimate story and a myth behind that practice.
Yes.
Yeah, so let me put it this way: the Kama Sutra, the marketing of the Kama Sutra, she's absolutely correct. But the stuff that the Kama Sutra talks about, that actually does come from from the myths of that region.
It does, and what's interesting to me is most Westerners are only familiar with 2 chapters of the damn Kama Sutra. The Kama Sutra is a huge volume, and it deals with a lot of different things, like actual sex, like the actual act of intercourse and foreplay. Is only a section of it.
Yeah.
The Kama Sutra, it deals with because a lot of people think it's Karma Sutra, and I'm like, no, it's Kama, Cama, Kama, because excuse me, because Kama literally translates from Sanskrit to English as pleasure.
Got it.
It is the sutra or the scriptural thread that explains pleasure.
Yeah. I was about to say, yeah, sutra literally essentially means writing,
Yeah. So it's a writing that describes the acts of pleasure, and that means that there's a lot of stuff in there. Yeah, there's the sex part, but then there's also there's chapters on the keeping of birds as an ornamental pet. There's things about archery in there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot in there. There's things on because the idea is that it explores and explains the various different pleasurable activities on this planet. But the thing with the marriage though is that in Hinduism there's actually 8 different types of marriage.
Really?
Yeah, there's 8, and
have all 8 of them been in practice in recent memory?
Well, the thing about it is that now it says that there are 8 different types of marriage. It does not say. The thing is that about 4 of them are considered good marriages, and the other are considered to be bad types of marriages.
Oh, okay.
So it literally is a list that simply describes what types of marriages exist. And
okay.
Yeah, and according to the Vedas, there's 8. And what's interesting is that, and a lot of Hindus apparently don't know this. A lot of Indians, I don't think, know this, but there's this idea of love marriage, which has 2 different definitions. One is, excuse me, I'm sorry. The very traditional idea of love marriage is meeting someone, falling in love with them, and just shacking up together and forming a common law marriage, no big ceremony or anything, just living as lovers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, these days, love marriage has come to mean people who meet, fall in love, and decide to be married. I mean, they have a ceremony. Nowadays they have a ceremony, but it's still the idea that, you don't necessarily go for the family's blessing or anything like that. You just meet, fall in love, get married.
Yeah. The kind of love that the That was the big thrust of the, ironically, sorry, the big deal with the troubadours.
Yes.
You fall in love. You're now with that. You're with that person for as long as that bond shall last. And a lot of what the troubadours are saying was, well, how does one maintain that connection? How does one do it? And that's, first of all, the main thing people focus on in that is the attraction, because that is a huge part of it. In order to convince someone to stay with you, there has to be a constant catching of the eye, a constant attraction, which has to be tended to, and you have to practice it. It's people think that to them, love wasn't just, it was an emotion you felt, but more than that, it was also an activity and a mind state and an attraction, a mutual attraction that you practiced.
Right. And but yeah. So what's so interesting though is that with this concept of love marriage, now in the past, I'll say maybe like 100 years or so, it's become a very hot button issue in India. And a lot of people are like, well, yeah, that's because Hinduism and Indian culture prefers arranged marriages. But the issue with that, though, is that, and this is the part that a lot of people don't know, is that the Rig Veda, which is the very first of the Vedas, it is the oldest written Hindu scripture in existence.
Okay, that's what a Veda is, a Hindu scripture.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the Vedas are specifically, they're 4 particular scriptures that everything is based off of.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. And the Rig Veda, which is the oldest of the Vedas, actually says that love marriage is it describes it as one of the most common and pleasurable forms of marriage.
That would make a lot of sense.
It would. And then later in the Manusmriti, which is it's often referred to as like the Dharma Shastra. It's the Manu was like a prolific emperor in Indian history, and so the Manusmriti is like his code of law. And in there, Manu says that that love marriage may be preferable for some and not for others. And then even later in the Narada Smriti, which is a text which is written by sage Narad, who is one of the most respected and beloved sages of Hindu of the Hindu faith, says that love marriage is actually one of the most supreme forms of marriage, and it's good for the Brahmins, it's good for the Shudras, it's good for everybody. So this concept of love marriage is a very positive thing in Hinduism, but in Indian culture, it's become something very hot button.
Okay.
Which is very strange.
Yeah, that is. Well, let me put it this way: you can see the evidence of it, but like, how? I have a feeling you're about to tell us how that happened.
Oh yeah, it's story time.
Okay, all right.
It's a relatively short one. Yeah, basically the idea of it was that now the issue with love marriage is that the issue with it, I guess you could say, is that is the idea of like divorce. Divorce is always an issue with any type of marriage. Mm-hmm. But the thing with the traditional view of love marriage, which is essentially just living as lovers without a codified ceremony or witnesses or anything, is that what happens if you're in a love marriage, you have children, you have property, you have a wife. What if you decide to leave? There's no, especially at that time period in history, there was really no recourse for the children, wife, and property of a man who was in a love marriage and decided to leave.
Oh, the problem.
Yeah.
The problem is the alimony.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
You see, that's the thing. Especially now these days, that's not at all really a big issue because these days, you can't say those aren't my kids. It's like, okay, well, there's a thing called a paternity test, fucker. You're going to find out.
Right.
And there's like, there are divorce courts and there are things like this. But But the problem was that that wasn't a thing back then. So if someone said, oh, well, if a child said, that's my father and he's left me and my mother, he would say, what's your proof?
Right.
You know, and that's what people were worried about, because Hindu society, Vedic society, is very much based around this idea of simultaneously taking care of yourself and society.
So it came down to a big question of who's responsible.
Exactly.
Oh shit.
And people were afraid that this would mean that people would take the idea of a committed life together lightly, which is never a good idea. So
right.
Yeah.
We need a rule. We need rules. We need a system to take care of this potential problem, and it leads in the exact opposite direction.
Now, exactly. But so here's the thing. The way that it should be interpreted is that, especially these days, now that love marriages have ceremonies and legal recognition, the idea is that even within Hindu scripture it says this, that there's nothing necessarily wrong with love marriage as long as there's some type of evidence or some type of like open commitment.
Right.
So now that there really isn't a problem with it. But because people are so that's the thing. It's pretty much people in Indian culture, and like in India these days, like taking this idea of the arranged marriage being better and running really, really far with it.
Right. Because basically, okay, yeah, no, I see how this has happened. Basically, it's for lack of a better way of putting it, it is the, hey, we want people to not do this thing. We want kids to not masturbate. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna spread a lie that too much masturbation makes the baby go blind, so that they'll stop doing it. The problem is now everyone freaks out. Everyone freaks out, and you've created another problem where previously it didn't exist. And it causes everyone to like lose their mind and not know what the fuck is going on. And so they just go in whatever direction is just handy.
Exactly.
Man, that's interesting. Okay.
And the same thing has happened with the concept of arranged marriage itself, because like if you ask a Westerner, what do you think of arranged marriages? They'll say, oh, they're terrible. How, it's awful, like forcing someone to marry. Here's the problem. That is not the traditional Vedic concept of what an arranged marriage is.
All right.
Yeah. Forcing someone to marry against their will, or abducting a girl and forcing her to marry you, that's referred to as asura or rakshas vivaha, the marriage of demons.
Okay. Oh, but there's that word, asura.
Yeah, okay. And let me get back to that actually now I think about it. Like I said, now the devas are the demigods. The asuras are the rakshas. They are demons.
I was about to say, are they related to the rakshasa?
Yeah, actually, yes. The basically the story of that is that the devas and the asuras, the demigods and the demons, they're born of the same sage. They were both like born of as children to this immortal sage and his wife. And so they're actually all brothers and sisters. But the thing is that the devas since they are demigods, they are focused on overseeing nature and overseeing existence and and following the will of the Supreme Lord, whereas the Rakshas and the Asuras, the demons, they're concerned with the gaining of power and dominance. So that's why there's a struggle between the two.
Right. It's the heavens versus the earth, the celestial versus the terrestrial.
Well, actually, that's the thing. More specifically, it is like the celestial versus the netherworld as well, because that's the thing is that there is like another realm that the Asuras supposedly inhabit, and that's like the underworld, like where the Narakas are. But Um, but yeah, so there's like this idea. So that's like where that struggle comes from. So like I was saying though, the whole thing with the marriages now. Um, the like abduction marriage or forced marriage is referred to as asura and rakshas vivaha because that's the way of demons, to force somebody to be
Right.
domineering. Um, the what's regarded as like the best type of marriage, like or the best type of arranged marriage, is referred to as brahma vivaha, and what that is. Brahma Vivaha is an arranged marriage, but the way it's supposed to work is that, like, okay, hypothetical. Let's say that you're a father of a female child.
Mm-hmm.
She's coming into that age where she's ready to get married. Plus, you and your wife are getting older. You know you're not going to be able to take care of her,
Mm-hmm.
at least not for much longer. So what happens is, there's a boy in town. There's a young boy in town who is a respectable and honest young man. You know his family. You know his parents. He's about the same age as your daughter. He's also ready to get married. You think that he would make a good match for your daughter, so what you do is you arrange a meeting between the two families, the children included. They get to know each other, you and the other family get to know each other, and you discuss terms of marriage. And if everyone agrees to it, meaning the girl's family, the boy's family, the boy and the girl, if everyone agrees to it, the marriage is arranged. It's a mutual contract.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the thing. Like, it's so weird to me then that people have this concept of what an arranged marriage is. I'm like, I personally wouldn't go for it, but I know a lot of people. Like, I've met a lot of
Right. So basically, what you're dealing with is when you're talking about a Hindu arranged marriage. You're not talking about meeting someone you've never met before so much as potentially getting cold feet.
Exactly.
Because the engagement to marriage time is most likely multiple years, whereas in the West it can be that long, but 12 to 24 months is more traditional.
Exactly. And so that's actually been like, but that's the thing though. That's what bothers me is that in India, at least for the past I don't know, like maybe couple hundred, like maybe 200 or 300 years, like this idea of like enforced marriage against someone's will has been on the rise, and that bothers me because I'm like, that's not what it says to do. But this is part of like a bigger thing though, of like how this is actually why I'm really glad that I found Hinduism the way I did, because I am not an ethnic Indian, and because I live in the United States, I'm free to explore and experience the religion in its original context without current cultural enforcements.
Right. You can explore it. You can work from the outside going in, as opposed to being in the middle of it and kind of having to work both ends, which has both have distinct advantages and disadvantages.
Yes.
And this one, you feel that this one suits you better.
Exactly. Especially since the way I got into his Hinduism was are you familiar with Baba Ram Dass?
No.
Have you ever heard of the book Be Here Now?
Yes.
He's the author.
Okay.
That's the thing. That is my lineage. His guru, Neem Karoli Baba, that's who I consider to be my Satguru, my guru. And I've actually met Ram Dass. I've attended like lectures, seminars, and classes by Ram Dass. So that's that's my lineage. That's my into the culture and the religion, so to speak. And what's interesting about Neem Karoli Baba was that he was very much like, he was very much a guru for the Western devotee, if that makes any sense,
No,
because
that
he
makes
was
perfect sense. Yeah.
yeah. And what's interesting is that Neem Karoli Baba Maharaji, he was very unlike most of the it's so weird to say this because it's like a cottage industry now, but like the big name gurus.
Yeah. I know
You
what you
know,
mean. I know what you mean. Yeah.
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 He
When you walk into the Indian grocery store and there's that guy who looks like fucking skinny Indian Santa Claus, like those dudes, like.
yeah. People like Ram Dev
Hmm.
and the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi and all this shit, Um, you know, but the giggling guru.
Yeah.
Transcendentation? Yes, I will teach you. Like that shit.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, like Neem Karoli Baba, like, he lived like up in the mountains. Like up in like Uttar Pradesh. Like he was like way back in like the forest and the mountains. He didn't when people came to him, especially if they were Western tourists, he generally just said, Jiao, leave. Um he he was not for tourists. He was for people who actually wanted to learn.
Mm.
And he had like this way because he's recognized as a saint, and that's the thing. He's much like most like Indian mystics and saints. He had kind of like that wily kind of almost tricksterish energy about him. He could
So,
look at you and glean many things.
so this is a Mahatma that you're talking
Exactly.
about. Okay.
Yes, very much so. And I've actually had, and even though he's left his body, like I've personally had multiple experiences with him.
Okay. This leads right into the question I wanted to ask you, which is if you ever had a vision.
Yes, actually, one of my first experiences with Neem Karoli Baba specifically, because I've had multiple mystic encounters and experiences with various different beings and things,
Mm-hmm.
which is kind of why, like, if you remember the stream before I showed you that art piece I did, that's why I asked you about
The rainbow serpent. Yeah.
That's why I asked you, have you had any experiences with the primal deities or the primal energies? Because I was curious as to what your experience with it was as well.
Well, it's very interesting because when you now that I've talked to you, I realize that what you were saying was, if you had an experience with any when you say the primal deities, when I think of the primal, I think of really super ancient, like things which have no name kind of stuff, But what I think you actually meant was what I would just call gods.
Well, that's the thing, not necessarily, because I was kind of asking you both at the same time.
Okay.
Because that's the
answer
thing.
The answer to both would be yes.
Well, okay, there you go. Because that's the thing. It's one of those things. Like I reserve the word primal for those energies, beings, and entities which are like from the dawn of creation and before that.
That's the way I use it as well.
Yeah, I think the word primal is so powerful that I reserve it only for that definition.
Yeah.
Pretty much. But yeah, so the thing with Neem Karoli Baba, one of my first experiences with him is that I have like a large framed photograph of him that I have in my puja room, like in my devotional and ritual room.
Okay.
And and that's the thing, like I wake up every morning, I make my devotion to God, the devas, and to my guru. And so I think about maybe a week after getting the photograph, I had an offering where I brought like a small bunch of oranges. Because that was the thing, is Maharaji, or Neem Karoli Baba, he really loved oranges and mangoes. And so I gave them to him, and in respect, I bowed and touched like the crown of my head to his feet in the photograph. And when I did that, I just got blown back. Like, I got like what's referred to as Shaktipat, transmission of the primal energy. And I just kind of like got blown back, and I was just kind of like in this kind of dazed, like meditative state for like 3 hours.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I was just like in bliss for like 3 hours, and then like I slowly came out of it, and I was like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, and this is simply using pure meditation, or were there other substances involved?
No, this wasn't even like specifically a meditation. This was just devotion.
Ah, okay. Yeah, but you're not on altered substances. This is just happening in nothing else is going on. Okay.
Yeah, no. There were no drugs or alcohol in my system whatsoever.
Okay.
So yeah, that was one of the things that confirmed for me. I was like, holy shit, there's something real here. There's something I can experience. There's something to this. I need to stick with this. Like, that like reaffirmed for me that this is where I'm supposed to be in my personal journey.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the relampago, the finger of God, the lightning strikes.
Yeah, pretty much.
I know what you mean. I've never had that experience in that exact context, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and and that's so I've had like various other like experiences with both him and other, I guess energies and entities would be like the best way to describe them. But yeah, that's the thing about when it comes to like Mahatmas and saints, this idea of like when they leave the body that they're still there. Like I've told like students of mine, like the few students I have, I've taught them, I'm like, oh, you got to be careful. You got to be careful with saints, because once they leave the body, they can do anything. I like to joke about it, but yeah.
Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about.
That trickster energy is it's very hard to contain it when it's not physical.
Yes. Yes. Like, I don't know how to say it other than yes, absolutely, in complete agreement. It's how to put it. It is the energy of saints, devils, tricksters, and kings alike. It's crazy. It's super crazy, Because...
I mean, and it'll take you for quite a ride, but but that's the thing. In the words of Hunter S. Thompson, buy the ticket, take the ride.
Buy the ticket, take the ride. Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. I have to ask, have you ever had an experience with I don't know how to call it, but a named spirit, not necessarily that was a little bit closer to a god.
Yes, actually. One of the most profound experiences I've had in my life was actually when I first like got into Vaishnava Hinduism. Oddly enough, is there was okay. So in the Hindu calendar, one of the biggest holidays, at least for Vaishnavas, is Krishna's birthday. It's kind of like our Christmas, if you want to think about it that way, because
I didn't realize that in the Hindu calendar there was such a thing. That's amazing. Well, they're like, oh yeah, we know when he was born. It was on this day.
Well, you see, that's the thing about that, is that all the incarnations, this is the big thing, and this is why more Orthodox and traditional Hindus are the first ones to decry false prophets of like somewhat Vedic spirituality, is that in our scripture, for at least at least the next 4,000 years, all the major incarnations of deity are listed. Like there are
Wow.
yeah, like
Okay,
we like
so it's like
oh,
the Taiwanese temples that way, which is like, oh yes, all of them have names written down and placed within the Akashic record, that kind of shit.
exactly,
Oh
exactly.
man.
And that's the thing. Like example, like whenever someone like pretty much like whenever someone these days tries to claim themselves like, oh, I'm an incarnation of the Supreme Lord and blah blah blah. It's like, no, you're not. It's not time yet. You're
Yeah, yeah,
gambling.
yeah.
You don't have any of the signs.
Oh yeah, the omens, the portents.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, yeah. In these, in the Indian and Chinese, and religions, and in that spirituality, and in all the ones inspired by it, the soothsayer, very important, super important.
Yeah.
Not doesn't wield the same power as, like, say, an archbishop in Catholicism, or I forget what or the Islamic clerics. They don't wield that kind of political power, but they
Yeah.
wield a huge amount of influence over the beliefs of the faithful by the interpretation of omens and portents.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
the yeah, that's the thing with like bishops with like the thing with like bishops and clerics, and then when it comes to like the mullahs and the imams of Islam, they have very authoritarian power.
yeah,
But in like the soothsayers, the shamans, the medicine men, and in especially in India, the astrologers and the readers of the text, like no, they have that their authority comes from like this primal experientiality.
right, right,
You-
right. It's not it's not political authoritarian power. It is simply like, yes, here, allow me to interpret it. And one of the things I find so interesting about the way it's done in both India and China is that it's very influential, and yet it is strangely self-contained.
yeah, that is kind of yeah.
Yeah, and that kind of bizarre, unspoken separation between church and state is what the West tries so hard to maintain. But in China, it just is.
That's
There's so much. It's like it's this weird way of, it's so intertwined that it ends up being separated. It's very strange.
but I think that just comes to a fundamental difference in what you're doing with like okay, example. With the dharmic religions and the religion of the Tao.
Hmm.
Those religions of the East, they very much work with the harmonies of nature, like with like the natural patterns.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the big, big, big thing with Taoism.
Yeah.
Which is there's a natural way of things, and that is what you must be mindful of all times. That's that's the real of it, for lack of a better way of putting it. You
Yeah.
know,
Whereas in like the Abrahamic West, there's very much this idea of like, somehow, and I never understood this growing up, this idea, this primal unspoken concept that God's authority and nature are different things. That never made any goddamn sense to me.
oh,
Be-
the idea that God's authority and nature are two different things. The
well,
the,
or
the,
that
the way the West does it, essentially.
Yeah, that never made any sense to me growing up because I'm like, well, wait, if God, and this is why I fell more in tune with like the Eastern philosophies. I was just like, well, wait a minute. If God made the universe, why wouldn't the universe work the way He wanted it to? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, yeah,
That sounds
exactly.
like an impotent, angry being.
Yeah, yeah. It's because monotheism is covering up for it's an oversimplification, and a lot of things have to be covered up in that oversimplification in order to make that mechanism work. You're like, oh, it is the supreme thing, and you're like, no, of course, no, it never was. Everything that Yahweh or Jehovah is based off of. Like, for instance, like right there, Yahweh and Jehovah, which one are we talking about? Those are actually two separate deities. Those are two separate Semitic gods. And yet they are both from two different regions. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're considered the same God for the sake of, wait, what exactly? For the sake of just calling them the same one. And you're like, oh, we're having a problem here. Hey, we can't find the word Jesus in any of this Roman shit. Okay, well, first of all, you're looking for the name Joshua. Yeshua. You're looking for Yeshua. And second of all, Cristo Yeshua is oh God. Yeah, the Christ state. Like, people don't realize that when they're talking about that the Messiah and the Christ are actually different concepts, but they've been melded together in order to make this narrative work. And you're like, it's crazy.
And to like a Jewish audience, this whole thing of like, oh, the Christ is the Messiah, they'd be like, no, that's not who we're waiting for.
Yeah. We're not waiting for the Christ. We're waiting for the Messiah. That's different.
Yeah. We're waiting for what's the Hebrew word?
I don't know the actual Hebrew word.
No, it's on the tip of my tongue. What is it? Hold on, I'm stuttering. Meshiach. Meshiach. We want Meshiach now. Yeah, that's the idea. It's the and that's the thing. The idea of like the anointed one, the one chosen by God to lead the people. That's different from the Christos.
Yeah. Different from the Christ, which is the Christ is specifically what is a guy who is someone who embodies what
the logo.
Yeah, who embodies the word. Like it's that thing that I keep saying, like what do Christianity and Judaism have in common? They're both logomancy. It's words extremely important, but strangely enough, even despite the fact that Christianity itself is spoken, it's a spoken logomancy as opposed to a written one, which is the Judaic way of doing it. Right. Using numerology and letters to find the word. Whereas Christianity believes that the word must be spoken, the word must be made flesh. Which is a very, very different idea. And the Christ is he who embodies the word. And of course you're like, well, what's the word? It's like, what's the word of God? Well, what's the word of God? Exactly. That's the big question. That's the big question that they're all looking for. It's an inquiry. It's an inquiry, and people don't realize that. It's Christianity is an inquiry. And
that's that. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, go ahead.
And that's something that always bothered me, was that specifically, like I said, I was brought up in the Roman Catholic Church, which even though in America it has like these fundamentalist shades to it, Roman Catholicism is one of the handful of churches that still holds on to the mystic ritual of Christianity, holds on to the mystic experience. And
Catholicism?
Well, Gnosticism is like a specific thing.
Gnosticism. I'm sorry. My brain short-circuited a little bit there. Gnosticism, yes.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like the Gnostic mystery. Like the Roman Catholic Church still holds on to that. I mean, if you get into like the saints, especially the mystic saints, if you get into Saint Teresa, who wrote the Seven Gates of the Kingdom of Heaven, and if you get into Saint John of the Cross and and Saint Clare and Saint Francis of Assisi, it's very much like this idea of embodying the Christos, of becoming what in my eyes should be Christianity, because people forget that the word Christian was an insult originally that non-Christian Romans used against Christians, because what Christian literally means is little Christ.
Mm-hmm.
It literally means little Christ. They're like, oh, look at all the little Christs. But that's the thing. If you really want to be a Christian, you shouldn't just be a Jesus believer. You should be a Christ follower, in my opinion. This idea of, like, in the older traditions, like in the various Christian traditions that existed before the Catholic Church, and then the Catholic Church itself, and then the Orthodox Church, there's very much this mystic tradition. It's hidden, but it's there. And this idea of, like, having unio mystica, the mystic union, it's there. And that's what bothers me so much about fundamentalist Christianity, is that they pretty much kill it.
Yeah. You get sidetracked in all of this completely irrelevant shit that's completely irrelevant to the actual religion itself. And it becomes merely a tool of conformity because you've lost everything else. It's all that's left. You know, and that's what's so horrific about it. You know, it's one of those things where you're like, everyone knows a lot of these thoughts, these ideas that float around, like, oh, I am the word of God. You know, what does that mean? That literally means I speak the word of God. I am God here on earth. I am the Christ. You know, like, I am the living embodiment of the word of God, therefore he exists. I speak it, therefore it is. And it is the word and the name of God, the hidden name of God. And you're just like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, that's what that's all about? It's like, yeah, that's what that's all about. That is exactly what that is all about. You know, if you embody the word of God, he becomes real on this earth. That's the second coming.
Exactly. And, you know, like, for instance, like with the mythos of Jesus of Nazareth, like, a very commonly held belief that existed, like, in the 1st to 2nd century, like, before Constantine organized the Catholic Church, was that this man Yeshua, or Jesus, he became the Christ after the baptism. That he was not born the Christ, but that he became the Christ at the moment of John's baptism of him.
Yeah, that's a very odd part of the story.
Yeah, because up until then in his life, there's no really any inclination that he's anything other than a very wise follower of God. And then it's like at the point of the baptism that the clouds part and God's voice rains upon the earth, saying, "This is my son in whom I am well pleased." And then right after that, like soon after that, is the transfiguration of Jesus into the Christ fully, with Moses and Elijah on the mountain. So yeah.
yeah. It's very odd. Like, one of the things I always thought was very interesting and very conspicuously absent. It's very conspicuously absent in stories about Jesus, which is how did that happen? Not his birth, not the circumstances of his birth, not the circumstances of his torture and sacrifice, but the realization and the understanding of what it meant to be Christ. When does that happen? It doesn't. The writings don't go into it. It's part of the Apocrypha. I think it might be in the Apocrypha, but I have to double check that.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I was about to say, well, it's probably, you know, in there in those completely useless years when he goes from being like 13 to 30.
Yeah. Yeah, where he goes from 13 to 30, and there are a bunch of books about. Actually, one of the things that's very upsetting is one of the apocryphal books is about the Black Madonna. You know, what is colloquially referred to as the Black Madonna, which is, well, what's the Black Madonna? Very simple. It's the Gospel according to Mary Magdalene, who, whether or not, I'm not even going to get into the debate of whether Mary Magdalene existed or not, because I'm not convinced Jesus Christ ever existed. You know, that's actually one of the things. I always have to give Islam this. I will always give them this. Muhammad was a real guy. He was a real guy. He happened.
We have historical record
proof. We have historical proof that he was real. Why? Because Genghis Khan and his guys talk about him like they met him. You know, fucking people talk about Muhammad like they met him as a singular human being. It's like, yeah, Muhammad, we met this guy Muhammad, he was over there, and it all lines up according to stories in the Quran, folkloric tales, like, yeah, these meetings happened. He was a real dude. Just like Confucius was a real dude, just like Lao Tzu was a real dude, like, just like Sun Tzu, like Buddha was a real guy. You know, like Siddhartha was a real guy. You know, Jesus, we're not so sure. Moses, we're not so sure. We don't have any evidence for their literal existence. You know, so like, not all belief systems are made out of the exact same stuff. You know, like some are a little dicier.
You know, and that's what. Oh, and actually, no. This is like getting back to your. Getting back to like your original question of like experiences of a god.
Mm-hmm.
Getting back to that, because I was just about to say like Krishna. We're pretty sure he existed. We have historical records of someone like this existing. We're like pretty sure, not 100%, but that's not the important part. It's the experience. Is that okay? So like. So when I first got into Vaishnavism, like I said, so one of the most important celebrations in the Vaishnava Hindu calendar is the advent of Krishna, his birth. And I was at one particular temple where they were doing an all-night vigil, where it was an seriously all night into like the rising of the sun. There was this chanting of the holy names of Lord Krishna in the Hare Krishna Mahamantra.
Okay. But just to let everybody know, Hare Krishna is actually very different than.
Well, that's also a thing too. Is that the Hare Krishna movement or ISKCON that we see in the United States? Now that's very different, but that mantra is very traditional.
Yeah.
Yeah, that mantra is very traditional. And
okay. So Hare Krishna refers not just to that group of people, but also to a chant itself.
Exactly.
Okay.
And being in San Francisco, I'm sure you've heard this like so many freaking times. Heard that chant so many freaking times.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so the you know the chant is like the 16 syllable. It's like, you know, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. And so we were doing that like all night, and there was like a live like kirtan walla band, like a live. There was like live music to it, and it kept changing in tempo and speed and meter and all this. It was like this all night thing, and. It was absolutely beautiful, man. And then, like, in the middle of this, like, I just kind of stopped, and because you know, I'm there, I'm in the midst of this, I'm smelling the incense, I see the food offerings, I see the incarnate deity, I see like, you know, like the statues of Krishna and his consort Radha. I'm in the middle of the devotees, you know. And in the middle of this, I just kind of stop, and I just start crying, like hysterically crying, because this huge wave of emotion just floods over me, and it's not like crying in a bad way. It's like it's joy. I just feel like
you're overwhelmed. Yeah.
Yes, and as I'm being overwhelmed, I look at the statue. And for a split moment, the statues of Radha and Krishna are real. Like, it's them in front of me. And they're
the avatar of the god itself.
Exactly. And I see them as, like, organic living beings in front of me for a split second. And I just drop to my knees. And I'm just, you know, it was just like this overwhelmingly powerful experience. So, yeah.
Got it.
Oh, and that's Oh, and that's something that's so interesting too, is that like Hinduism is built on this, and I think Taoism is much the same way. Hinduism is built on this very interesting union between philosophical study, but then experiences as well.
Yeah.
That you don't really have the authority to say something is true or not true unless you've tried it and experienced it or not.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Yeah.
very odd. Like a lot of the funny thing is I've never, I'm obviously not Hindu. I'm not a follower of any of the yogis, but yeah, the stuff you're talking to with the experience of the chanting, and, the changing of the tempo and everything, and the repetition and everything. I'm like, oh yeah, yeah, yes. That's a component of that's a component of
Of creating altered states of consciousness.
yeah, it's the altered state, the creation of altered states of consciousness. Whether you're doing it through meditation, through activity, or through chemicals. It's there. There it is. It's what. There are a million different ways to get to it, and you just it's very strange because you find yourself going, why do we have this? What is this? And I think I have a partial answer, which is I asked myself a question, which was, do not autistic, people with Asperger's syndrome experience awe? Because my understanding of this, of the sensation of awe, is that's what you describe when you look at the statue and it's like, there it is, there it is, the God itself, and you begin to cry, like that's awe. And for you, it's not bad.
Right.
It's awe. It's a very positive thing. It's like, oh wow, there it is, like that, my connection. There it is, the make me one with everything. Like you get to share that space with everything that could possibly be felt. The peak, the peak experience of just everything, and it lasts forever, and just a few brief moments all at once. It's the weirdest thing ever. So I had a theory that, like, well, maybe that's that thing that pulls us towards empathy and self-realization. Maybe those things seem to be connected in the human psyche. Maybe that all just leads to the same spot.
Right.
And I was like, well, I wonder if that's true. I wonder if people who have Asperger's have that. Because if that spot is really all about connection, then they're going to have a problem with that, because that's a malfunction. How the brain doesn't quite work that way with a person with Asperger's syndrome.
Right.
And so I had that question: do people with Asperger's experience awe? Now here's the thing: I got an answer. Some people contacted me and they gave me an answer, and the answer is this: the answer is yes, but for them it's extremely uncomfortable. It's extremely uncomfortable because they have no idea what it is, and they can if you describe it enough, they're like, oh, that, yeah, they can experience that. But unlike, say, for you and me, where we get it and we're just like, oh my god, there it is, there it is. The awesomeness, the most awesome thing that could ever awesomely awesome is awesoming in front of me right now.
Awesome-gasm.
Awesome-gasm, yeah. They get that, but the problem is for them it's negative. It's disconcerting. It's upsetting. Not just they're just like, no, it's an unnatural state. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. That if that's true, then my hypothesis is kind of bearing out, which is, this is a part of the mind. This is a part of the brain. Interesting. There it is. But of course, there's that whole well, why do we have that? And why does it manifest in so many different ways? Why does it have so many different accoutrements? And it just seems to be because that's the way it is.
It's the. But I could see why to someone. I could see why someone who does have Asperger's. I could see why that would be distressing.
Yeah.
Because it's literally, if you think about it, what that is, it's pretty much what most altered states are, is that it's different levels of consciousness intruding in on each other. So with that, it's kind of it's the super conscious intruding on the conscious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see why that would be disconcerting.
Yeah, because at any moment you feel every moment you feel like you're being born and are dying at the same time. At least that's been my experience, where it's just oh God, I feel like I could. It's that whole if I willed myself to die right now, could I? But at the same time, there's this part of me that's just no, we're alive. We're the most alive we've ever been.
We haven't been this alive since we first came out of mother's uterus.
Yeah. Or the last time we did this, shit like that.
Yeah.
But that's a very disconcerting state where you are both completely unaware of yourself and hyper focused on yourself. It's weird. It's incredible that the brain can do that, that the mind can do that. So if you're experiencing that and you don't know what that is, we all know how we as human beings work in the absence of that sense of fuzzy love, which is we get distressed, we get upset, and we take the negative shit way harder. And so it's that, imagine that whole oh my God, I feel like I'm going to die, without the, oh my God, I feel so alive. You get those two things battling in yourself and your perceptions, and but you don't have the backbone of the connection, because of the empathetic connection, because that doesn't work as well for you.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh God, this is why I love listening to you and now talking to you, because Oh, but yeah, no. Oh my God, yeah.
Cheese Toast says that, Jack, you're talking about every experience of my son's life. Is it does he have Asperger's or does he have autism? Because I'm pretty sure those are actually two different things. I know they're related, but I'm convinced that when we talk about autism, we're talking about a very particular type of perceptual distinct. I don't want to use negative language, but I'm very tired. I feel like autism is about the ability to filter through stimuli, whereas Asperger's is literally a problem of the brain not being able to mimic other people and things.
Yeah, someone once tried to say to me, they're like, "Oh yeah, Asperger's is really high functioning autism." I'm like, I'm not sure if that's completely correct.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that's completely correct. But then again, I don't know, but also a lot of researchers don't know either.
Yeah, it's this very burgeoning like new area, relatively speaking, in scientific and psychological study.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah,
but
that's very, very, very odd. Let's see. All right, he hasn't. If he's written in the comment section, he hasn't done it yet. Just keep my eye open. Crewmate asks, "How do you experience a high?" All right, stand on a ladder and look down. That's a high.
God damn it. Oh my my god. Yeah. But and this is another reason why okay, when I first started like coming on this stream and like watching and listening to this stream,
Mm-hmm.
I was sure that if I ever talked to you, the conversation would go to where I'm about to, because of things you had said and talked about before. But with the whole idea of the connection with altered states of consciousness and psychotropics specifically. Okay. Now this is a fun story. Now, like I said, one of like my main teachers who like got me involved in my lineage is Ram Dass, the author of Be Here Now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Ram Dass was actually the other professor who was kicked out of Harvard with Tim Leary.
Oh.
That's Richard Alpert.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Right. Were they the
right.
were they the ones that devised the experiment together, or?
Yes.
Oh man.
Well, he was definitely part of the devising of the experiment. He was one of the he was the first staff member who Leary gave acid to.
Got it.
So, and so he was one of the first people to have processed like psilocybin and things like that. So.
Yeah. The stuff that Albert Hoffman had come up with. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So a big thing with how like Leary like went into the spiritual with it, but was much more in like a, that's why like he had his whole thing with Book of the Dead. It was much more in a Tibetan Buddhist area.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now
it was popular at the time. He was an academic. Yeah. Like.
Yeah. It happens. But yeah. So the thing with Richard Alpert and like how he became Ram Dass was that he kept hearing these he kept hearing these stories of like yogis and mystics from India, especially since like the road to India was open then, because the whole conflict with like Pakistan and Afghanistan wasn't such a thing. So the idea of like hopping across to Europe and then traveling.
Oh, really quick, just before
ahead,
these
please.
get away. Cheese on Toast says like his kid has autism, ODD, operational defiance disorder. I'm on the fence as to whether that's a real thing. But autism I know is a real thing. Like PDD, NOS, that I don't know. That I don't know what that is at all. Okay. So like he's just like super overwhelmed. So okay, got it. Yeah. Autism is a little bit different because it seems to be a matter of filtering out stimuli, and it seems to be somehow related to Asperger's, but they think it might be an indirect relationship. But like I said, I don't actually know because psychologists don't actually know yet. Like they're still looking into it. And Crewmate is saying that the reason he asked, how do you experience a high, was he was asking someone with Asperger's if they experience drugs differently. He wasn't asking me.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. So just...
Oh.
Yeah, and for that cult dude, I'm talking to Yogi Deva-Das, who has been in the in the chat before. We're having a little discussion about Hindu philosophy, even though that's probably not the right word for it. But it gets very esoteric, so that's a good way. It's a reasonable way of simplifying it.
It is. But I'm sorry, but if I may, so
Please do.
So Richard Alpert, like, he kept hearing all these stories, and he was like, okay, because his initial experience with things like psilocybin and LSD, his initial experience was this idea of like he literally saw like the different facets of himself, like himself as a teacher, himself as a husband, himself as a good Jewish American boy, all of these aspects of him literally leaving him and then dissolving. And what was left was just like this pure self of this pure conscious self that knew everything and was connected to everything and knew that everything was going to be all right. And so he kept trying to recreate this experience. And he kept hearing these stories coming out of out of India about these mystics and about these yogis who knew the secrets of this, of these different layers of the self and these altered states. So he went to India, and what he did is he took with him a small vial of acid tabs. And what he resolved to do was, he said, every time I meet like a guru or a mystic or a yogi who claims to have these answers, I'm going to give them a hit of acid, and I'm going to see what happens. Because if they're genuine, they'll know what this is. If they're not, well, then I can just write them off.
Right. Because he wants to see whether they're talking about the same thing or not.
Exactly.
Right.
And for the most part, they were all write-offs. Like, what would happen is either they would say, oh, I don't like that, it gives me a headache, go away, or they would be like, oh my god, this is the real truth, you're my guru now, give me some more. Which was very disconcerting to him, because he was like, I'm not a guru, I don't have the answers, I'm looking for answers, god damn it. So, near the end of his journey, he's getting ready to pretty much just like give up, leave India, and say, that's it, I'm just going to take acid for the rest of my life, because it's the realest thing I'm going to get.
Right.
And then someone says, "Oh, you should." Then he meets someone who now is famous in his own right in the modern Eastern and Hindu communities, Bhagwan Das. And Bhagwan Das was also an American, originally from California, but he's also a student of Neem Karoli Baba. And Richard Alpert met Bhagwan Das in India, and he said, I know what you're looking for. And he takes him to see Neem Karoli Baba. And two things happen. One, the first time that Richard Alpert meets Neem Karoli Baba, Neem Karoli Baba looks at him and just straight up tells him exactly what to his face, exactly what he's been doing physically for the past 2 weeks, and what he was thinking about mentally and emotionally the night before that he had never told anybody.
Okay.
And that just breaks Richard Alpert down because, there's no way this man can know these things.
Right.
And he's just there sitting, telling him exactly what he's been doing and what he's been thinking and feeling. So that for him was enough. But then, the next day, because he's decided, no, that's it. I know that this man's genuine just because of that. I'm going to stay in this ashram. I'm going to learn what I can. But that's the thing. The next day, Neem Karoli Baba looks at Richard Alpert and goes, you have medicine for me? And he's like, medicine? What are you talking about? He's like medicine for head. Spirit medicine you have for me. And so he's like, oh, he must be talking about the acid. I don't want to give it to him anymore. Especially he's like this 70-year-old Indian man. I don't want to give him anything. He's like, no, you give me. And so he gives him the acid, and Neem Karoli Baba actually forces his hand. He only wants to give him a single dose. He takes 5.
Okay.
And he pops it in his mouth and he takes it. And Richard Alpert's like, oh God, either something amazing is going to happen or I've just killed this old man.
Right, because they didn't know what they didn't know what the LD50 and that stuff was at the time. Yeah,
exactly.
Turns out it's essentially your body weight,
But that's the thing. So he takes it, and Richard Alpert watches, and the thing that convinces him that this man is legit is that nothing frickin' happens. Neem Karoli Baba just goes about his day as he normally would. Mm-hmm. And every so often he looks at Alpert and he smiles and he waves, but then he just goes about his day as normal as he would. And Richard Alpert's like, holy shit, he experiences life like this all the goddamn time.
Yep.
This is his experience.
Yeah. This is every day. This is all the time. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, so whatever that is, he's already done it. He's already achieved it somehow.
So that was the thing. So so that's how Richard Alpert became, and later the name he was given was Ram Dass. So that's how Richard Alpert became Ram Dass.
Nice.
And that's also why my name is Deva-Das, because it's a tradition in a lot of different like sects within Hinduism. It's a tradition that when you take on like a spiritual name because you're beginning like your life dedicated to your spirituality, when you're given the name by your guru, it usually has either Das if you're a man or Dasi if you're a woman. And Das and Dasi, they mean servant of.
Ah, okay.
They mean servant of. So my name is Deva-Das. I am a servant of the Dev, the god.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
And Ram Dass is a servant. Means like servant of Ram, who is one of Lord Vishnu's incarnations. That's why if you know the I think he might be based in California. I'm not sure, but the musical artist Krishna Das.
Heard of, but that's it.
Yeah, he was actually one of the people who eventually followed and went with Ram Dass to go see Neem Karoli Baba. He's also a student, but that's why his name is that. It's Krishna Das. He's the servant of Krishna.
Got it. Okay. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like Omar,
Yeah.
son of, got it. Okay. Oh, all right. Didn't know. Wow. That is a lot of information, my friend. I don't know. No, don't apologize. Don't apologize. Like my apology is that I'm not going to be able to remember all of it very well, because that's just, unfortunately, my brain holds stories, it holds odd esoteric connections, but it doesn't hold raw data very well. Like if you give me a string of numbers, I'm like, a what? No. So like dates and like details, but like but weirdly enough, like strange things like hierarchical structures and the ways things like fit interlocked together, like those things I tend to remember pretty well. But the actual
you really have a mind for the esoteric, Jack.
Yeah. Me and my father both. Like it's that there's definitely that with that feeling. I talk to people a lot about this, and I'm like, no, it's really weird. Me and my father and my brother, we really should have been in some very strange, esoteric, like Tong underworld fucking syndicate family. But we're not. Like,
yes, please.
yeah, but we're not. We should have been. It's like we should have been a Tong, but we're not. Like I don't know why. And that's actually I'm like, maybe I should try to make that movie, write that script, like me, my brother, and my father as like these Tong bosses. It's like, number one, son, I need you to go over here, appease the Western dragons of the lake, whatever, It's like, yes, I will do this,
It shall be done.
It shall be. He's like, it'll be done, father. It'll be done.
That's actually something really funny though, is that like for me, like a big thing of like why I a big thing of like why I'm a big influence for me for why I went the way I did in my life is my mother. And my mother is very much like a flower child. She's very much an innocent child of nature kind of person. And something that she's kept saying to me and will keep saying to me probably till the day she dies is she looks at me and goes, "You're an old soul. You've been here like quite a few times before." And at this point I just write it off as like, yeah, whatever. But what was so funny to me is that one time when I was over at my parents' house, more recently, I was on the computer and I was watching one of your videos. Mm-hmm. and I think it was, I forget which one it was. It wasn't one of the satanic Jackula ones. It was a different one. But I can't remember exactly which one it was. But she walks by. My mother just walks by with, like, you know, with her cup of tea for the day, and then she just stops, takes a few steps back, and watches the computer for a while, just watches me watching you for a while. And then she just goes, "Oh, he's like you." And I'm like, "What?" And he goes like, and she's like, "Yeah, he's an old soul too. He's been here before." And then she just walks away.
Yeah. People, flower children love to say that of me. You know, like I appreciate it. Like I absolutely appreciate it. You know, I'm like I suspend my belief in that, but I'm always very flattered. I'm always super flattered because I know that's how it's meant. You know.
No, it's yeah, that's one of the things, and I thought about it. I'm like, probably.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I just love all these strange connections and strange similarities that things have with each other. You know, I've always been obsessed with them. I wish that I wish my mind was a little bit better at the formation of shapes and shades, and like I wish I was more of a strict artist. You know,
Right.
I wish I was a bit better, a bit more of a painter. But I've always noticed that there was something about the way I interfaced with things that wasn't quite like other painters. You know, like I had more in common with like these kind of weird, insane mystics and writers, even though I prefer pictures to writing. You know, writing is very important to me, obviously. I think it's one of the major, I do think it's a major tool and a major key, but I've never really considered myself much of a writer. You know, I've always considered myself more of, I'll always just consider myself more of an artist, even though I've always felt like my visual art style has, the way I do visual art, it leaves very much to be desired. But something that I have been doing that is making me potentially rethink that, which is I might simply be working in the wrong medium. I might be trying to work in a 2-dimensional medium when I need to be working in a 3-dimensional one that I can touch. You know, because right now I'm working on the haunted house setup for Halloween, and I made this gigantic skull out of cardboard. And it's not like, oh my gosh, the most realistic skull ever. No, it's a fucking stupid, like, blocky, like, it almost looks like Minecraft shit, you know, but, like, made out of cardboard. Because that's what I wanted, because I wanted it to look like, kind of, like a cartoon. And the horror guru was like, I've never seen someone who can just do that. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, it's like, you just figured out a way to put that together. And I'm like, yes. Like,
yeah,
people don't do that, you know?
You know, that your medium is much more tactile.
Yeah, super tactile. Oh my God, I love touch. I love touch a lot. Like, really, really super a lot. You know, that's why it's one of the reasons I love sexual attraction so much. It's touch at a distance. You know, like when you look at someone, you're like, ooh, I wonder.
What you mean to tell me, person who's more tactile and understands touch as more of a supreme form of education and experience, you're telling me that person is sensual? No.
Yeah, you're kidding me, right? You know, yeah, but it's the thing I love, and I realized it's why I like makeup effects and practical effects so much. You can touch them. Not that you necessarily are touching them, but that you can. They're real. Now, it's a real thing that isn't what it looks like, and it's creating an illusion, you know, but the illusion itself could be tactile. It could be touched.
I'm sorry, can you give me 1 minute?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Downstairs.
Why? Show me one more.
Oh, well, I don't know. You'll never believe who I'm actually talking to.
Are you talking to the guy from YouTube?
Like,
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah, like
Yeah, but-
FaceTime thing?
Yeah.
Cool. Congratulations.
Yes.
Tell him I say hi.
Oh.
Was that your mom?
That was actually my sister.
Oh, it was your sister. Okay.
Yeah, no, we're okay. So and I think I've talked about this on one of my videos before. My living situation currently is that I'm living in what was my grandparents' house.
Oh, okay. I take it they passed.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. My grandfather passed away last year. He had stage 4 colon cancer. But you know what? It's one of those things though. Like we had we had a while to just kind of make our peace with it.
Well, yeah. When someone is old, it's much easier for the family to kind of come to grips with what's happening. You know, as opposed to when it's young or when it's in middle age. Exactly. But the thing is that my grandmother is actually she's still alive and she's still here. The thing is my grandmother has Alzheimer's. Oh.
Yeah. So it's one of those.
Yeah.
I mean, she's rather high functioning with it, but in the sense of like her motor skill and her ability to listen to basic instruction, and she stays within a daily routine that she doesn't like to break, but she's very nonverbal, and you can tell that she's pretty much just kind of in her own world. She's in her own reality, so to speak. You know. Yeah. I gotta ask, is she happy there? From what I can tell, yes. Okay, good. That's very important. You see, that's the main thing, because that's actually my job. I actually work at a retirement home that specializes in the care of Alzheimer's and dementia patients. Oh man. Okay. So yeah. So when my grandfather passed away and my mom was like, I really don't know how to deal with her because this is her parents. I said to my mom, I'm like, well, you have to understand. Like, that is still your mom, that is still her, but the way in which she experienced herself, that like, I explained it differently to her, but I'll explain it to you as like the ego mind, like the personality, the conscious facade of that is gone. Yeah. That's not there. So that person is still in there, but it is disorganized, it is chaotic, it is... You know, exactly. They may not know who you are, but they are still that person, even if they don't recognize it. Right. And so the way I told it to my mom is I was like, so the big important thing, honestly, don't try to like make her better. Don't try to make her like she was, because that's futile. It's not going to happen. Instead, focus on making sure that where she is, she's happy and comfortable. That's the important part. Yeah, my father would 100% agree with you, because my grandmother is the same way. You know, she's also got dementia. He's pretty sure it's Alzheimer's, but he's also like, I'm not having her, like I said in the stream before, I'm not having her checked out. Why? She's 98, son. Yeah. What? How many more years can we eke out of this? You know, like we all gotta come to terms with this, okay? You know, and my grandmother totally doesn't recognize me. She thinks I'm from a branch of the family from Italy, because she latched on to the memory that some of the family went to Italy and are basically Italians, and here comes this guy who's vaguely Asian, got blonde hair, doesn't realize that it's bleached, and so she assumes I'm just one of the Italian relatives. Yeah, but I'm not at all. I'm her direct grandson, and she doesn't recognize this. You know, I'm the grandson that bears the family name. You know, that's a big deal. That's a big deal in China. You know, it is. Yeah, and she doesn't recognize me, but then every once in a while she will. And the thing that she remembers most, very obvious, which I think is very funny,
is she remembers that when I was 5 years old, I fell into the fish pond in front of the house. She remembers that.
They hold on to like the most random things, but you know, it's
Well, for them, it was the most terrifying thing that had happened that, you know, in my existence. Because like, oh God, he could drown. He, you know, in a fraction of a second. Oh my God, he could drown. Oh my God, I gotta pull him out. Oh my God, he's got an ear infection. Oh my God, what the fuck? What is in that goddamn pool? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. You know, which, yeah, I got a really horrific ear infection from that. I lived. No. Did your mom have any children that lived? You know, and shit like that. But like, she remembers that event. And funny enough, so did the groundskeeper. He remembered that shit.
Yeah, I remember you said that. He was like,
Yeah.
"Oh yeah, you're
it's you. You know, like, I was like, oh, that's nice to be remembered. And he's like, this is your brother. It's like, after you left? I was like, yeah, after he was born after we left this place.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I remember young Master Chen. I remember.
Yeah, but Shen, Shen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Like I said, you know, it's like Egg Shen, you know. I'm Mr. Egg Shen, you know. But yeah, family name is Shen. Which, you know, some people are like, oh, it means spirit. And I'm like, actually, I'm not sure that's the same word. I have a feeling that it is a Japanese bastardization of the name Chen, because the chances of our family being descended from Japanese pirates is kind of high. So we don't know exactly where in the name of all goddamn creation the family comes from. But we know that some of it comes from, we know that we got a line to the Khan, you know, to the Mongols. We know that shit, you know,
Nice.
You know, but we also got this whole thing from like Japan and like it's all the families all over the world, man. It's crazy. You know,
I mean,
who are these? You're like, I'm always like looking at this family lineage, and I'm like, who are these weird people? Like, you know, where do we all come from? We're all over the place, and and the funny thing is there's this one spot on the globe that we all look at, and we're all like, one of us has got to be there. We just don't know who it is, and that's Africa. You know, it's the one spot that we haven't identified a living member. But we're like, no, that can't be. That's got to be a fluke. There's got to be somebody.
You know, it's so weird because I'm kind of in a similar boat, because my family is one of those really old European families that went everywhere and fucked everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got like, you know, okay, like I've got family all over this country. I've got family in Canada, South America, Europe, Australia. And then recently we found out that there's a large portion of... there's a really big family with our last name in Haiti. And we're like, oh, that's really interesting. But then we found out that, oh yeah, like, you know, a lot of them are white or mixed. And I was like, that's even more interesting. And then it come to find out, and originally when this family came to Haiti, they were from Canada, which is where that part of the surname family of my family is from. And I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah. It's like the side of my family. It's like the Caucasian side of my family and its relationship to the Native American side, which is that there is this strange, mysterious great-great-grandmother, you know, called, that is known only among the family as great-great-grandmother Montague. And yeah, you see where this is going. And which is like, okay, Grandma Montague, is any of our family French? And we're like, no, the Bax comes directly from England, and the Colleens are first generation Irish immigrants. So where did this person with this French last name enter the family bloodline? And later on, many years later, we discover, oh wait, there's an Indian tribe in the French Canadian area called the Montagnais. The Montagnais. And we're like, whoa, wait a minute. Is that it?
It's like, wait, hold up.
Yeah, wait, hold up. Is that it? Is that because, like, why would she have that last name? That wasn't even her husband's last name. Her husband was a back. You know, like, why would she be Grandma Montagnais if, like, she was fucking married to... Wait, what? You know...
It's like, hold on.
Yeah.
These things aren't adding
Hold
up.
the phone. This isn't adding up at all. Until you realize, oh, there's an Indian tribe in that area called the Montagnais. And you're like... Or the Montagnais or the Montagnais. I don't know how to pronounce it. But I'm pretty sure it's Montagnais. And you're like... Whoa, wait a minute. Is that it? Is that the connection? You know, but of course, racism being what it is, any evidence of that, gone, except for except for one black and white photograph of this woman. And you're like, okay, here's the problem. She is definitely dark in that photo, but is that the photo or is that her? Because it's it's ancient, like 1905 type of photograph.
So you really are in almost like the same boat as me in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am. that family lineage just goes all over the fucking place, and that's why we all why the Shens all look at Africa and we're like, somebody. Somewhere in the continent of Africa, one of us lives. One of us is there. You know, if we're going to find out if one of us is in fucking Antarctica. One of us got to be in Africa.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
But so. So if I could just finish this up real quick. So the thing with my grandparents though is so because she's still alive, still here and in that condition, the thing is my mother was saying, she was like, well, I don't really want to put her in a home because I don't really think it's necessary, at least not now. You know, and she's like happier being at her home. So what ended up happening is I ended up moving in here.
Because you had the expertise?
The expertise plus, you know, since I am because I had the expertise mixed with the fact that that she does somewhat recognize me, because we were helping to take care of her while my grandfather was still here.
Okay.
Yeah. So the thing is that what it's come down to is now, like, she lives on, like, the first floor of the house, and that's all hers, and I live on the second floor, and that's all mine. And it's pretty much like, we've pretty much turned it into, like, a duplex, almost, if you think about it that way, because, like, everything I need is up here, and everything she needs is down there.
Right. So I take it there's a kitchen on both floors and stuff?
I have, like, a smaller one. The full kitchen is downstairs, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because what my mom eventually wants to do is like, what my parents are planning on doing is they're planning on renovating their house, because they have just like a very basic northeastern sandbox kind of house where it's just attic, main floor, basement. And what they want to do is they want to actually make the attic into a full second floor, and they want to move her in with them.
Okay. Do you think that would work?
I honestly think so, at least with the way it is. Because you know, it's so weird, like, trying to explain this to, you'll probably get this, but trying to explain this to other people around me, it's kind of odd, because a lot of people keep telling me, why don't you just put her in a home? And I'm like, because it's not necessary and we don't want to.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you put someone in a home when you have nowhere for them to be, or they're dangerous.
Exactly.
That's the...
And that bothers me so much because that's one of my pet peeves of where I work. There are people where I work where their families just fucking like dropped them off and never came back for them.
Yeah.
And it pissed me off so goddamn much. I mean, okay, now like my boyfriend, for instance, is one of the people who kind of talks to me about it, but I understand where he's coming from because my boyfriend, even though he is gay, he's very leftist and he's very progressive, he comes from a traditionalist Catholic Republican family.
Oh, yeah.
So he is not on good speaking terms with a lot of members in his family. So, and there's a lot of like personal issues and things that I won't go into because that's his business. But
right.
With him, when he says, yeah, there are people in my family who are going in a home, I kind of understand why. Like, I get where that's coming from.
Yeah, the relationship is so bad, it's like, there's no way I'm taking care of you. There's no way. It's just not going to happen, because that's bad for everybody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And with him, I get when he doesn't get why I say we're doing this, I understand why he doesn't get it, and I understand why it's a different experience for him. But it so pisses me off when people around me who I know have good, strong family ties say, "Oh yeah, my parents are going in a home." I'm like, "Fuck you."
Yeah. What are you doing? Like, is it just because they're embarrassing? What's going on? Like, I know, like for me personally, like it's one of those, like if my mom needs someone to take care of her, my mom can go in a home. My father needs somebody, I'm there. Like I'm just there. It's like, it's like I know that when my grandmother goes, I'm gonna need to spend a lot of time with my dad because he's gonna need someone that's there for him who just gets it, who just gets it, who has that connection, and he can get that from his siblings, but his siblings are they have their, for lack of a better way of putting it, they're older and they're here, and they have their own families to take care of. I'm the one, it would come down to either me or my brother, and I don't know if my brother would be able to feel his way around what our father needs, whereas I probably could. Like he would definitely come down. He wouldn't, like, how to put it, like, of the two of us, I could probably keep our father company and help him work through those emotional issues. Plus I've got a little bit more of the time,
right?
But because I was about to say your situation is probably vastly different from your brother's. It is. My brother is, he works at Bethesda. He's got a lot of responsibilities. He's got a lot there are a lot of perks to being like a big wheel over at that studio, but at the end of the day, like, there's also a huge amount. The reason he's in that position is because he's wielding a lot of responsibility. He's shouldering a lot of responsibility. So it's one of those, like, oh, geez, I don't know if I can just take off like 6 months, to help Dad. I probably wouldn't even need to be that long, but it would definitely be more than like a week.
Yeah.
Because that's a whole thing, and I'd have to figure out the work visa, not the work visas, but like the visas and all that jazz. But anyway, point is, the real point was, I wouldn't do that for my mother, but I would absolutely do that for my father.
Right. And then that's because of your history and personal experiences and connection with both your parents.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why things like that I understand it.
Yeah, but when it seems like they're just doing it because, oh, that's what you do, you're like, whoa, wait a minute, like.
Yeah,
well,
I'm just like, no,
just what you do,
No, exactly, and this is a big thing of like now, this is something for me on like multiple different fronts, because one, I was raised that way by my family. This idea of like, we're family, we take care of each other. My parents are doing that now with their parents. I know that I'm going to do that with mine. So one on that front, and then also from on a religious spiritual aspect, that also comes to it because like in Hinduism, there's very much this idea of like responsibility to one's family as well as oneself. So on like multiple different levels, I have this, this ideal of like, look, regardless of like unless it's like a really bad fucking situation, I'm gonna take care of my family.
Right.
And like because like for instance like in the video that I'm probably going to put up later today, I talk about the different ashram. Oh, hold on. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I'm going to have to go for a second.
No problem.
Those are her evening pills for today and tomorrow. Yeah. When you get her instantly, use the dog food after the food. Those are the nighttime ones that she went through the one you and I really need you to do those. Yeah, I'm going to do those. Okay. Well, you're busy. There's still only one spin. There's a lot of spins that are in this. All right. Oh yeah. So. Sorry, but
not all.
Yeah,
if it's okay with you, it's okay with me.
It's everyday shit.
Yeah.
But yeah. So that's the so with like the video that I'm probably gonna put up later today, I talk about it's part of like a two-part like a second part of two videos where I'm talking about like what is Dharma, like what is this concept?
Oh yeah. That's a big deal. That's really
it's
that's a hard one to get into. Woo.
So that's the thing, like, and I state like in both videos, look, this is just like a bare bones like basics intro, these two videos, so please don't think that you're going to find everything in these.
Right. We gotta baby step this because it's a concept that doesn't fit neatly into, it barely fits into the English language.
Yeah, very barely. I think like, and what I said like in the first video is that like if you really want something, okay. To any of you out there who are familiar with Taoism, specifically the Tao Te Ching and Lao Tzu, Lao Tzu,
either one, it just fucking look. China can't fucking decide on how to pronounce things, so I'm certainly not going to hold that against anybody else.
I know, but Jackula.
You know how many dialects of Chinese there are? There are 5 that I know of. Okay, and they all sound fucking different. And one of the most common jokes in the culture is the fact that 2 people are speaking 2 different dialects and neither of them has any fucking idea what anyone's saying, despite the fact they're both fucking speaking Chinese.
Yeah, no. I was just gonna make the joke, like, but Jackula, I'm a mostly white, guilt-feeling progressive. I have to try.
Oh man. Nice.
Yeah, progressive but not narrow. Thank you very much. But there's a difference, and as you've pointed out multiple times, like it's like there's a difference between progressive and being a feminist and being a fucking SJW. There's a
yeah. It's a huge difference because how to put it? Like, I don't know how to put it other than it. There's a point at which you're just trying, where you're just witch hunting your allies and trying to find the heretic.
Oh God!
And that upsets me on a major. That always upsets me because I'm like, no, don't do this. Like, and people are like, well, why are you so mad about this? And I'm like, because it always happens. And despite the fact that I know it always happens and that I know it is the nature of things, it pisses me off every time because it's one of those things where I look at it and I go, this is completely unnecessary. No one can you know, the fucking gods themselves cannot explain to me why we keep doing this shit.
That fucking, you know, it's that fucking puritanical psychology. It turns its head every so often.
It is.
It finds. but yeah. So in these videos, like, well, one, I say, okay, if you're familiar with Taoism, if you can in your mind, if you can, like, seriously, because someone said this to me one time, like, a Vedic teacher said this to me one time, that the Tao Te Ching is probably one of the most perfect books that describes what Dharma is. Every time when you read the Tao Te Ching, if in your mind you replace the words Tao and the way with Dharma, you got it.
Oh, interesting.
You know, so...
Interesting.
Yeah. You know, it's like this idea that, like, you know, the Sanatana Dharma, the eternal natural law and way of being, you know, it's
right,
you know,
right.
It's everything, and everything is it.
No. Yeah. But it's also, I've understood it so far. Dharma is also a personal thing.
You see, that's now that's something. Something I talk about in the second. In this video that I'm going to be putting up is like the more personalized aspect of the Dharma. In the first video, I talked about like the basics of this more cosmic ideal.
Right.
But in this, like, I'm bringing up how to find one's personal Dharma, and that has to do with varnas and ashrams. That has to do with like, now the varna system, which is usually inappropriately called the caste system, because it's not. The caste system is not in Hinduism. Jati, or the caste system that has like untouchables and all that other horrible shit that people have been fighting against for years, is not in Hinduism.
Right. That's just pure Indian social structure.
Yeah, that's something that has evolved over time separately. What is in Hinduism is this idea of Varna, this idea that every single human being on the planet can be described as fitting into one of these four areas, and those are the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, the Vaishyas, and the Shudras. And that, you know, like the Brahmins, you know, the Brahmins are the philosophers, the teachers, the holders of the wisdom and the knowledge,
and a two-headed cow in Fallout. Yeah, just you know.
Also, yeah. Someone brought that up to me one time, and I was like, "Oh dear."
Well, it's like, well, yeah, that is kind of where that word that came from. You know, that whole. It's like it is kind of a joke on Hinduism. You know.
Yeah, you know, it's actually, and speaking of that, another video game that is pure... Okay, so I have a friend of mine who is also a YouTuber who, he does, like playthroughs and videos on, like, things like Dark Souls and shit like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and what he says, he's like, no, I've got it. I've got the perfect crossover episode for you and me. And I'm like, what the fuck could this possibly be? And he says, like, what I'm going to do is we're going to sit down... and we're gonna have like you know, like the little like reaction camera and everything, and you're just gonna sit down next to me while I play Asura's Wrath, and you're going to just rage about all the inconsistencies and how terrible it is.
Oh yeah, because now we're talking about Indian mythology filtered through Japan's pop culture.
It's really terrible.
I'm like, well, actually, the funny thing is, that's what I like about it, because it's so fucking bonkers. You know?
Oh, yeah, no, it's amazing fun. It's amazing good fun, but and I do love it. Don't get me wrong. I've like watched like playthroughs of Asura's Wrath, and I've like read about the storyline. I'm like, this is fucking.
God. It's I fucking love that fucking image in the intro of like Buddha's fist coming down upon the planet Earth, and I'm like, nothing about this is right, but I am loving every minute of it. Exactly. I am loving it. It's just that one guy, and he's gonna fucking like bro fist Buddha so hard it's gonna fucking split the planet apart. And I'm like, no man, do it. Yeah, this is perfect. I am loving every minute of this. Because there is something. Because one of the things I really feel about like all these mythologies is there is this beautiful imagery that is all part of it that only points to the real mythology, but the imagery itself can be played with. And I find that, I always find that very delightful.
It is.
How could we play? How can we play with mythology? And what can it get us? I got an idea. Why don't we make a fighting game all about Hinduism, Hindu gods? Okay, we could do that. It's why it's why when people are like, "Hey, pitch us a video game," I'm like, "All right, man. Here's my video game." You play as either one or two characters. It is an action combat game, and the whole idea is that the zombie apocalypse has happened, but voodoo is real. It's the zombie apocalypse, but voodoo is real, and you're playing one is a bokor, the other is a mambo, and the idea is that you're just playing through this city, accumulating zombie powers, and each character has different powers depending on which one you pick.
My god,
Yeah.
I'm not even much of a gamer. I would play the shit out of that.
Yeah. So it's like, no. Like the big thing is that the Bakor is obviously a Baron Samedi kind of guy. He's got like the goo for dust, and he can control the zombies and command them. But the Mambo, like her basically, I was like, yeah, no, I have tiered ultimate forms, and like the ultimate form of the Bokor is he's like just this giant fucking Dayglow fucking blacklight skeleton in a top hat that's just fucking commanding zombies, and like just in an outrageous fucking accent. But the Mambo, her big form is that she rides atop the 3-testicled bull, which, all right, look, I know we got to get an ESRB rating, so the bull doesn't have to have actual testicles, but we still have to call it the 3-testicled bull. We'll just do it in French. Because that's a real creature. That's a real creature in voodoo.
I know!
Yeah. The 3-balled bull. It is important to Erzuli. The goddess of love, and her jealous mirror twin, the red eyes, the jealousy.
And I think specifically, doesn't it has to do with like Ezuli Dantor specifically?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think, because Ezuli Freda is much more fluffy.
Yeah. Ezuli Freda is a little bit closer to Holy Mary, Mother of God. Literally.
That's right.
Yeah. But I wanted to do that whole thing where like she's astride the bull in a beautiful like palanquin and a beautiful like flowing gown, and her whole thing is that the way she gets zombies to do things is she kisses them and does shit like that. And I wanted it to be basically by the end of it, you, for lack of a better way of putting it, are going up against the man. And, of course, the man, big white guy, because I'm like, yeah, just do it. And after, and these days, like, what stupid, awful thing would I fucking put as a detail in that? There would be the Bokor and probably would have a power called Zombie Lives Matter. Yeah, it just go crazy. It just be like, oh my god, that's so horrible and so so horrible. Because I feel like it'd have to have gallows humor, because it would have to be. I'm like, no, it'd have to have the kind of humor that would make Baron Samedi laugh, and that means it's got to be awful and awful. Just really dark humor. It's one of the things I like about Baron Samedi. He's just kind of a jerk that loves vulgarity, and I'm like, yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Oh, that's why. No, and that's why, like, I try to explain to people, like, because my thing is that, like, I know a bit about Haitian voodoo. I also know a bit about the more I guess you could say traditionalist in the sense that it keeps strictly to the Orisha, like Santeria and the Yoruba.
Yeah. That's different. That's slightly different, but it's related. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's the thing. I try to explain this to people like, no. Haitian Voodoo is like the Orisha worship mixed with the Dahomey worship, and that's what that is. But yeah, like I try to explain this to people like, no. Literally, even within Haitian Voodoo, many people do not directly work with Baron Samedi.
Yeah.
Like when it comes to the Gede, like people are more likely to work with like Mama Brigitte and Papa Gede.
Yeah.
They don't really go to Baron Samedi that much unless they need to.
Yeah. That's yeah. You go to Baron Samedi, which is the the Rada aspect of Papa Gede. What you in for, and it's because it's a much more devilish power. He's got that thing. He's a trickster. He's a trickster. He won't lie to you. That's the thing I always think is very interesting about him. Is like he'll trick all kinds. He'll tell all manner of tricks, but he won't lie to you. If he says he's gonna do something, he's gonna do it. He won't promise you a power he can't fucking deliver on. He won't do something that he can't.
Yeah, he's not like a straight up deceiver. He's more of just like a trickster. He's
yeah. He's the god of he's one of the gods of fucking with you. Like he's fucking with people, and you're like, well, how much can he fuck with people? He can do all the fucking with you. He's death. He could just keep doing it. That's why the party in his house never ends.
And that's something I try to explain to people. Like, no, you have to understand. Like the reason that like Papa Gede, the reason that that so many people deal with him is that Papa Gede was like the first human being to die, so he understands the human condition. Baron Samedi is death.
Yeah. He's death. He's a little bit closer. He's one of the Loa that's just a little bit closer to the devil. The other one being Kelfu. Who is Kelfu and Legba, the old man of the crossroads, the crossroads twins. And
it's Kelfu.
Kelfu's the mirror image of Legba. Like, do you want? It's basically. Have you ever seen like Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil?
Yes.
Okay, you know that line that the Mambo says, which is, "Oh, first hour before midnight, that's doing good. Half hour after midnight's for doing evil." That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the difference between them. It's like, do you want good or do you want evil? Like, do you want the good things or do you want the bad things? Like, you got to make that decision. Who do you call on? Because if you call on Legba, you're just like, no, I want a good thing. I want a good thing, Papa Legba. This is good. But if it's like, Kelfu, I need you, it's like, oh, all right, who you want me to put a hex on? Like, whose feet
this
need
is
to go
where
backwards?
This is where we're going, Bokor, man. This is where we're going.
Yeah, this is where we're going. We're going to the dark side. That's the highway of the dark side. And sometimes, voodoo accepts that sometimes that's what has to be done. That's the way it is. There's a light, and there's a darkness. That's the way it is. And I always find that it's what I find so fucking interesting about voodoo is that, wow, it's just there. In particularly like in Savannah voodoo, which is a slightly different beast from New Orleans, from Louisiana. But they're still related. You can still tell it's basically the same religion, just the same religion and same magical process, just a little bit different.
Flavor.
Yeah, very different flavor. Like how to put it. Like, I don't know how to say it, which is other than Louisiana voodoo's just a little bit more out of control and raucous. Which is why I kind of like it, like it's a little crazier. It's a little bit more of the Devil's Party, and Savannah is a little bit more balanced. But here's the thing that really I'm like, oh, this is what this is. At least I think, you know, which is, oh, I get it. There's a bit more of in Savannah. There's a bit more of a bit more. Both of them very affected by slavery, but one of them, but New Orleans is a little bit more of the like, yeah, master's gone. He doesn't need to know what goes on here. Whereas Savannah's got a little bit more of the master could be watching, but keep your mouth shut. You know, keep your mouth shut. Don't you tell nobody. Because when Master's wife needs to cover up her pregnancy, who you think she gonna come to? You know, who's she gonna come to fix the problem? She gonna come to Mama, you know, and like it's a little more that where you're just like, oh, this is interesting that the two different relationships between the two different aspects of how slave culture has influenced this religion, you know.
Yeah. It's but that's very true. It's very, very true. That's why, like, if you look at that, and then like that, or now to think about it, Santeria in Cuba is very much the same way.
It is.
And then you look at but then if you were to like look at someone from like Nigeria or Benin, and you look at like the Yoruba, like the traditional, the root Orisha worship, it has a very different energy to it.
Yeah, it does. It does. Like even you know, like what was it? Ungan in Santeria does feel different than Ungan in Voodoo. You know?
Yeah, Papa is very different. It's and then like or even now I think about it, like in the Orisha worship of like the Yoruba and Santeria, you know, like the thing with like Legba and Kalfu, that they're still one being. They're Alegwa. They're still one being.
Yeah.
And it's not until like Haitian Voodoo that they get split into two twins.
Exactly. Yeah. There are differences like that. And one of the things that's actually really interesting is this took me a long time. I didn't realize this. It took me a while to find it, but Legba and Kalfu, and the name you just said, was it Kalfa? Alegwa. Yeah. Okay. So there's an origin of even that, which I didn't realize at the time, which was the Eshu.
Yeah.
Eshu. Yeah, I didn't realize that Legba was related to Eshu. And at that point you start going, whoa, wait a minute. Eshu is related to the jinn. The genie.
Yeah.
And you just start going, oh man, like how these fucking mythological ideas like fucking mutate and change, and what they become when they just run into they transform in these when you meet these different cultures, and you're just like, whoa, what the hell? That feels like you're like, whoa, that feels like that's way far afield. Like how is Legba the same as the guy that you've put the slave of the lamp that comes out and gives you your wish? Oh my god. Yeah, you're like, oh my god, it's the same thing. It's the same thing through a completely different cultural lens. Yeah, you're just like, oh man, that's I always find that kind of stuff like really amazing, because I'm like, wow, that is fantastic. Because the one thing that both of them keep, you know, the genie of the lamp and, you know, Legba, is opening something and getting your wish, getting what you want, you know, because that's the imagery of the crossroads, where Legba stands. He stands at the crossroads, and he opens the way, and there there's a the voodoo chant literally is, come Legba, open the way, come Legba, ride your horse. And the horse meaning the worshiper, the vessel, because
Right.
that's the other thing. Like the Loa are possessive spirits in that they possess things. They will take over a human body, and that person then becomes the conduit of that spirit upon the material plane, and takes on the weird thing is if you ever get to see it, happen, it's really incredible. It's really awesome. It's one of those, like, I don't know if it's one of those, like, I don't care if this is all an act. It's an amazing act.
This is what I'm going to tell you, and I wanted to say this when you talked about how New Orleans voodoo is very in touch with its chaos.
Oh yeah.
I have been. Let me tell you something. The 2 times I've been to New Orleans, I did not fucking see any of the tourist shit. I have no idea what the fuck is down there for the most part, to be honest with you. Even though I've been there. It's
actually pretty good. I actually recommend it. It's all bullshit, but I loved it.
No. Oh no. It probably is, but I didn't have the time, because I'll tell you, the 2 times I've ever been down to New Orleans, both times, man, I was in a fucking voodoo house.
Oh man.
One time, once was for St. John's Eve, and the second was for November 2nd.
Oh, wow.
I'll tell you. I can't really... Honestly, I'll be honest with you. The memory, for some reason, is a bit fuzzy, and I can't quite tell you what existed outside of that goddamn room at the time, but...
I believe it. I completely believe it. Like, that's what that whole ritual is intended to do. That's what it does.
Oh my god!
It's one of those. The thing I'm very fond of saying is, look, I don't know if magic is actually magic, but I will tell you that the trappings of it have an effect on the human mind. That I know for a fucking that I know is true. Because it's bizarre. Just like psychedelics have an effect on the human mind. The weirdest part is, like, rituals like psychedelics will get people on a similar wavelength. And once you do that, all of a sudden you start realizing that you are thinking in sync. Like it's like the yogic rituals. Like, you're in sync. You're all in sync, and you become aware of this, and you're like, whoa. How did that happen? And then you think about it, and you're like, actually, of course that happened.
When you afterwards, when you think about it objectively, it's like, well, of course. Like,
well, of course, we were literally all doing the same thing at the same time. But you don't realize that actually creates an altered state of consciousness to do that. And that the more people you have partaking in it, the more it happens.
And this is why any witch worth their salt knows that group ritual. This is why group ritual is more effective than solitary.
Yeah. Group rituals can be very, very potent, and it is why. Like, it's one of those. How to put it? The group ritual is really good for the us. The personal ritual is
very good for the I.
For the you, for the me, for the I. And it's like, well, could you use the group ritual for the personal? And I don't know what to tell you, except yes, but that is generally what everyone kind of agrees is black magic. Like, that's kind of, you're not supposed to do that. It's not considered a good thing. You're playing with, it's not recommended. Like, not even, like, beyond even the ethical. How to put it? Do you know who does that? Charles Manson. Yeah. Charles Manson does that. And you're like, whoa, I don't know if I want to be that. Because Charles, it's one of those weird things when people are like, who do you think that there's such a thing as evil enlightenment? And I'm like, well, evil is kind of a limited way of looking at it, but if you want me to give a short answer, the answer is yes. You can reach that from a very dark place, from a very awful dark place. This enlightenment, it will happen. It can happen. And I point to Charles Manson, and I'm like, oh no, that man is very enlightened. He's just evil.
He's just very like
very evil. He's a bad man. You don't want to be caught up in whatever he is doing, and I say that as a Satanist. That's super badness.
And you see, now that's something different too. Is that okay? Couple things. One, I completely agree with you, and I know where you're coming from, because there have been times where me, as a dharmic practitioner, have watched like those interviews with him where he talks about the reality of the mind and all this other shit, and I'm like, he knows what he's talking about, but he's coming at this dark evil place.
Yeah. He's coming out of a place of using it. He's coming at it from a very dark place where he doesn't, it's not that he doesn't necessarily recognize the self of other people. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
And
which is much more terrifying to me.
Yeah,
personally.
yeah, that's really terrifying. That's really scary.
So yeah, there's that, and then number two, this is actually kind of reminding me of like that discussion you had with Rap Critic once when you brought up Lone Wolf and Cub.
Yes. Yeah, the Abbott. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. That's the absolute lesson of, I knew you could do it, because enlightenment is more important to that man than how you come at it. He is that fucking in touch with it, which you're like, that's crazy. And you're like, yeah, it is. Like, it is crazy. It's super crazy. But there's a truth that is being illustrated there, which is, you totally come at this from a really dark place. And it's very bizarre because there are forces that a lot of people say are bad and evil that aren't, that are just dangerous. They're just dangerous and unpredictable, or they're crude, or they're unsavory. As in they're just nasty to look at, but they're not bad. They're not evil. Like for the most part, sexuality is like that for the most part. Now, it obviously has its really dark places, but you could say that of literally anything, and it would be equally true, not more or less.
Yeah, but the thing with but that's the thing with sexuality, is because it's such like this raw, powerful thing. It's so easy to use it for the wrong reasons and to do bad things with it.
No, it's very easy to abuse people with it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and
but you can also do that with basically anything else.
No, I totally agree. You totally can do that. It's just that, like, I think that's one of the reasons why sex specifically has been such a taboo by so many people, because, like, on some level we all realize exactly how powerful it is.
Oh yeah, it is. It's very powerful. It's primal. It's basic. It's part of human nature. It's there. It's for lack of a better way of putting it, it's the snake in the Garden of Eden, and it will always be there. Just as so will the forbidden fruit. It will just always be there. It's like, hey, you want this? Yeah. Why am I bad for wanting this? I don't know. You don't have to be. You can understand it. It's like, okay, I will understand that. Oh God, he's mad at me. Yeah, he is. Why are you smiling? Because that's what was going to happen. Well, but now the Celestial Father is angry at me, and I'm like, yes, and you're still alive. It doesn't matter. He's still alive. It doesn't matter. He doesn't. His anger doesn't matter. He can only throw you out of the Garden of Eden, which you were going to leave anyway.
Oh,
which you were going to leave. But yeah, I know. But to me, it's like no. When I see when I see Manson, what fascinates and of course scares me, which is what a lot of horror people have the same kind of, like, fascination and terror of Charles Manson. Because you're just sort of like, good God, like there it is, like, you know, there it is, holy human evil. And, you know, what does it look like? Pure hate, pure, cold, calm hatred of whatever you got. And you're just like, whoa, like that's barely even motivated. It's there. It's just there. That hatred is so powerful. You know, that hatred of everyone around him is so fucking palpable, and you're like, whoa, holy crap, that is crazy.
It's very similar. It's different in its execution, but it's very similar to, and I think this is why I was so fascinated by Fred Phelps when he was alive.
Yes.
That pure, unadulterated hatred, and yet so being able to calmly sit down and talk about that, talk about another living being that way. Yeah. It's
yeah. That's like that to me is like, oh, that is the real darkness. And of course, like in America, I'm always like, don't you always find it interesting that these guys always go nuts? These really, truly sinister, evil guys always go nuts and claim they're Jesus.
You know?
Yeah. Now, of course, they're doing it on purpose because they know if they can convince you that they're Jesus, they've got you. They've got you, and they're perfectly unassailable, and you will not question them. That's why they do it. You know, because if you can convince them that you're Jesus, then you can't possibly be wrong, right? You know, as opposed to those guys, as opposed to those people who like take on the aspects of the devil, weirdly enough, because with a couple of exceptions, there have been, I will be very, very clear, there have been Satanists who have fucking straight up murdered people. They're very, very small in number. They're super small in number, and you probably know all of them. One of which being the guys in fucking the Netherlands. The guys who actually burned churches down and actually killed a band member and shit.
Wait, were they technically Satanists or were they Wotanists?
No, they were Satanists.
Okay.
They were Satanists, but they have this very weird combination of Satanism and Norse mythology. It's strange. Yeah. It's really strange. They see Satan as the liberator who is going to bring back the old Norse ways. It's really odd. You know, I am sure tons of drugs were involved. You know.
Actually, isn't one of them like still in jail? He's still like he's
No, he's out. He's out now. He's out now.
Oh,
he got out not too long ago.
Oh, okay. But that was his whole thing, right? He was also like a black metal musician.
Yep. All those guys were. Yeah. One of them was in jail. Another guy was interviewed in the middle of like a church, and he is weird. You know, there's some people you look at and you're like, you're crazy, but you're okay. And then you look at some people and you're like, no, dude, there is something wrong with you.
No, I need to get
guys. Yeah, you need to get away from this guy because he's capable of anything, and that includes the worst things. You know, and he does not look like he has friendly intent on his mind. You know, and because there was this interview, and it was the interview. He's like, it took 15 minutes, and I only asked him one question. And it was like, okay. It was like, what was it? So this is the documentary. He's like, so what do you think is you talk a lot about freedom in your music. What to you represents freedom? And the guy just sits back. And he is the absolute image of what everyone thinks of when they hear the word Satanist. You know,
that's terrible.
Yeah. He's not like he's not like Anton LaVey. Anton LaVey very friendly, like super friendly. Like if you see his stuff, like you probably all just seen that. A lot of people probably just seen that clip of like, you know, like a lot of things can be satanic. A car could be very satanic. Or you could see a beautiful woman and that could be Satan. Like you will see that. That's the act of Anton LaVey. But if you get him in any other things, even other like materials that are spread about the Church of Satanism, the Church of Satan, really super friendly guy. Like, super friendly guy who gets kind of embarrassed by shit. You know, who gets kind of embarrassed when one of the people around him is able to kind of outwit him, and he's like, God damn it. Like, why? God damn it. Why didn't I think of that? You know? Well, that's how it goes here, you know? But
Yeah,
this
you really
black metal guy does, it's like, oh no, this guy is the act. That act and him are one. And he just sits there, you know, like a crazy person sitting there drinking very slowly from a glass of red wine for like 10 minutes. And he says
I've seen this.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like Metal a Headbanger's Journey. It was one of the
yes.
episodes
Oh my
of that.
God.
Yeah, and now bear in mind, this is the dude. This is not the guy who killed the dude that turned the other band member's skull into an ashtray, literally. But it is the guy who was there when it happened and decided, yeah,
why not?
Why not? And then burned a church down. At night, I'm pretty sure no one was in it, but no one is quite sure whether that was intentional or not. Yeah, this guy's super crazy. And, like, he just sits there and he drinks it for 10 minutes, and then he just says, to the question, what do you think is freedom? He just goes, Satan. And it's like, okay, that's crazier than your average bear. Why don't we pack up now and hustle? Because I don't think we're getting any more. You know, we're not getting any more answers than that, boys. Pack your shit. We're done.
We're not going to go anywhere further that does not include danger.
Yeah. We're already in super dangerous territory. They were like, no, I felt he's like, I've dealt with so many other people. I've dealt with other Satanists. This is the first guy I've ever met that I was absolutely just fucking petrified of. This guy was terrifying. And it really was like, you look at him and he's just sort of like, you feel like he actually is like doing that like kind of Dahmer thing of like, do I want to go through the effort of cooking this guy? And he's just like, whoa. So whoa, for real? He's like, yeah. He feels that way. You know how, I don't know how to say it other than like, you know, one of those things like in the Native American, you know, like someone eats another human being in the dead of winter. They're like, we understand, but now you are Wendigo, and you have to leave.
Yeah, I was about to say like you know like you mean like the Wendigos, the Skinwalkers, the Raven Mockers.
Yeah. You're just like, oh shit, like they've done something they shouldn't, and now they're whatever they're in touch with. You got to get away from because it is not good. It's not good for you. You got to go.
Nothing can come of this. Run.
Yeah. Nothing works with this. Run. You are no longer on top of the food chain. You know, like don't. You know. Oh man, you know, but it's like they said. The guy said in the movie Wendigo, like bad. Nothing that exists between the sky and the earth is bad, but there are some spirits should be feared because they're very angry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, I always love that explanation. You know, like yeah, that kind of perfectly encapsulates it. Like, nothing's bad, but some things need to be avoided anyway. You know. And when you see the world that way, it becomes a little bit easier to tease out what you want to live with and what you don't. You know,
yeah.
Because now you're dealing with you personally, and you know what you've come to understand for yourself.
Yeah, and you know what's funny though is that when you were talking about that, something that struck me is that now that right there, like with this, like with examples of like Charles Manson and this particular man in Scandinavia, for me, like that's where you see, I'm like, that's the difference to me personally. And you as a Satanist can tell me whether this is like a misnomer and I shouldn't be using this.
Go for it.
But to me, that's why I'm like, you see, that's the difference between Satanism and devil worship.
Like
I may be wrong, but
there's
to
not
me,
a lot of agreement. There's very little agreement on the parlance, but I think that distinction is that distinction might be a lot closer to the mark than that distinction might actually be pretty close to the mark. I'd have to think about it. I'd have to think about it a little bit more, but that has the ring. Like, you're touching on something there.
Because that's the thing, though. Because to me, just even in the name Satanism, if you understand etymology, Satan, or Shaitan, it is the adversary.
Satan's the adversary. He is the collection of all of the. In many ways, he's the collection of all the old Western religions that Christianity has kind of gentrified, and these are the leftover bits that form this singular being. That when you get down to it, you're just sort of like, well, what's the biggest influence on this? The biggest influence on this is Pan. You know, Pan, the god of joy. Wait, why is he evil? You know, some other things you could kind of see how they got there, like Tiamat. Okay, I see how Tiamat got there. What about Hades. Okay, I see how Hades got there. It's calling him evil is going a bit far, but like I see how he got here. What about but when you get to Pan, you're like, what? That's crazy. Like, why is he a bad guy ever? And so they have to twist the mythology. They have to twist the stories around so great. To try to make Pan a bad guy, that they have to literally just make him a demon in order to make it work. He has to just be evil, and his touch is evil, and everything he does is foul and poisonous. Where you're just sort of like, and it just kind of speaks to that whole, like, a lie this big we can get away with.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's the whole thing, like, for me with that. Is like, now, like, a while, like I think about like a month ago, maybe, when you were like talking about the idea of like the cults of Pan. When I was involved with neo-paganism, that was my deity. Pan was my deity.
Yeah.
Like I stuck around with Pan, to some extent Dionysus, because they have some connection, but
they're a little bit they're a little bit different, but they're obviously they exist in the same space in their respective pantheons.
They both can't stand the Olympians, and they both want human beings to be liberated in every sense of the word.
Mm-hmm.
So
really into music, really into dance, really into secret gatherings of music and dance.
In the woods,
in the hidden places, with some sort of social lubricant or mind-altering substance. You know,
and that's the thing. So for me, like, Satanism, I was like, okay, fine. Like the very first time I actually read the Satanic Bible, I was like, okay. Like, actually, even to this day, two of, like, my most treasured texts that I have in my little personal library are the Satanic Bible and the rituals that go with it, and the Devil's Notebook.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. And that's actually another thing, too, because I recently thought about this and didn't realize it, but I recently rewatched the Satanic Jackula review of The Devil's Reign, and something I didn't notice, that since you said Anton LaVey was the technical advisor on that, I didn't notice this, but when they come into the church, when, like, William Shatner and Corbin, like, come into the church, at the very top, at the entranceway of the church, there is the pentagram, but it's inside of a trapezoid. Anton LaVey's Law of the Trapezoid.
Yeah, it's right there, super blatant. Anton LaVey's not a subtle man.
What? The man who went on a Christian talk show wearing a cape, pointed ears, and a giant ring on his pinky isn't subtle?
Yeah,
no.
That man's not subtle. I think it's one of those things where, like, that man was, like, fucking just a couple of fucking bong hits away from appearing on a talk show in a fucking, like, Halloween devil costume. And we know he owned one because he appeared in pictures in it. Like, he was a joint away from doing that, but somebody be like, Anton, what are you doing? What are you doing? Don't do this. Okay, fine.
I mean, what is it oh god, no, that one clip of him that gets put into every goddamn show and documentary that talks about Satanism. That one clip of him in the temple in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the temple in San Francisco, in the fucking like devil-like costume, like during the Black Mass. Satan, open for us the gates of hell.
Yes.
Hail Satan.
Yeah. The one that's used in everything. Yeah, I love that clip. It's great. You know,
my God.
Yeah. But it's a holy mockery of fucking religion. You know, that's the point. That's the whole point. Yeah.
Even the name Satanism, we are the adversarius. We are those who stand opposed to this bullshit without thinking about it. So for me, that's fine. But that's why I make the distinction. Like devil worshippers, I'm like, oh wait, hold on. You've drunk your own Kool-Aid and you've gone into this horrible dark place.
Yeah, you've gone into this horrible place, and and now it's bad. Now you've gone too far. You know.
Yeah. I never understood that because I've actually online, I've run into these people and it's horrifying. I've run into somebody who I will call a devil worshiper, not a Satanist, even though that's how they label themselves. And they literally told me on like in this like chat forum that, oh yeah, no, God and the devil as they exist in Christianity are totally real and I'm siding with the devil. I'm like, that's fucking insane. Stop that.
I don't know about that. I don't know about really real. I don't know from really real. I only know from perceptual reality. I don't know from really real. You know, I've had an experience where I spoke to those kinds of forces where we had a little conversation. They told me some things. You know, but it's one of those weird things where like even the dark forces that have ever contacted me, it's never malevolent. I don't know how else to say it. It's never malevolent.
Yeah, it's just a different dimension of power and existence. It's just
yeah. Even the ones that you would think would be really super malevolent, no, not really. You know, sometimes a little angry, a little defensive, you know, maybe a little overprotective, but like, you know, evil? No, not really. You know, so maybe I've been blessed, man. Maybe I've been fucking blessed. I don't know.
Who knows? You know? Yeah. But that's so that's the thing. Like, if you're going to tell me that, like, no, I totally believe that the God of Christianity exists, and the devil of Christianity, as he is described as the father of lies and all evil exists, not choosing to worship him. I'm like, I'm gonna get away from you right now because you're taking.
That's going a little too far, you know, because like to me, well, it's like how to put it, very very simple. It's like Satanism is a satire. Do you know it's also a satire? Satan and Pan themselves.
Yeah.
That's where why do we call it a satire? It comes from satyr. It comes from satyr, you know, because that was what Pan did, is he made fun of everything. That's why people got mad at him in the original myths. You know, it's like, oh god, Pan's at it again, man. It's like, yeah, but everyone loves him. Come on. He's a fun guy. He's a fun guy. Come on, even the frigid goddesses kind of like get a little kick out of him being around. What are you talking about?
Even Hera laughed about.
Pan. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, if you can get her to laugh at something, you know the guy's funny. Oh man. Oh dude. Okay. We should probably bring this to a close, but it has been great.
God, yeah.
Talking
it's been
to
like
you.
4 hours.
It's been a long time, but I have had a fucking blast talking to you. It's been great.
Dude.
I'm really like, thanks for all the information on, you know, you're talking about your spiritual journey and all the stuff dealing with, you know, Hinduism, even though, like I said, I don't actually properly know the word for your form of worship, but like I said, that's because it's such a complicated topic, You know,
And it's that's true though. It's like and this is how I try to explain it to people. I'm like, look, I belong to a religion that's 10,000 years old. You're gonna pick up a lot of shit along the way.
yeah, it's a super old religion, super old, probably the oldest that exists. I would
It's
dare.
definitely the organized religion. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I don't know how to say it other than maybe if. Like part of the reason the Chinese religions exist is because they're so baked into the actual culture itself. You know, not in contest at all, but even then it's really hard to go back through all of that, and it's mainly an informal religion of animism and soothsayers. A lot less formalized. China much less formalized. But Hinduism is highly formalized. It's highly structured, but it's extremely mutable. It's happening now. It's changing now, which is what I think is so fascinating about it.
And I think we'll close out on this because you're right. We should close this out, but at the same time, something that's okay. But that's something though that's actually built into the religion. People don't realize this, that within Hinduism, there's this concept that the Vedas are the unchangeable and immutable truth of the universe. But there's a catch to that, because like the thing with the Vedas is that if you ever read them, they seem almost kind of nonsensical and poetic. And the reason that is because the way they were formed was that the rishis, the ancient sages, went out into the forests and the jungles and the woods and everything, and they put themselves into such pure meditative states that they began to hear. They began to hear the rhythms and the rhymes of the universe, and they wrote it down, and that's what the Vedas actually are.
Ah, okay.
So we will say that these are. So we say like, no, these are. This is literally the mystic vibration. It is the song of the universe being sung, and therefore it is the absolute truth. But, and this is something that's built into the religion and people don't realize this, there's this common idea and teaching that the Vedas themselves are eternally true, but man's ability to understand and interpret it based on his knowledge changes.
Yeah. No, I get that. It's how to put it. There is a reason. There are several things that go together when you talk about the Hindu god, the devas, and the Hindu gods, and it's very, very odd, but it goes together this way. You have Hinduism, you have the mandalas, you have fractals, and Rabe. These all go together in a very, very strange way. Because the Hindu religion itself is fractal in nature. You've got the big central truths, but then you have all the little branches that come out of it that kind of form the pattern of the religion itself. The gods themselves break into these fractal patterns. That's why they have multiple arms and legs. It's not literal. It's not intended to be literal that he has 1,000 arms. It's supposed to be a symbol of the aspects of the god, that there are 1,000 aspects, there are 1,000 faces, there are 1,000 hands.
That we can name.
That we can name, that are there because the god is touching on infinite, but there are finite instances of the god, but there are a huge number of them.
Exactly.
The symbology of the religion itself, it touches upon the fractal, and Rave and Psytrance being what they are, I'm like, no, they're two Indian gods of Psytrance, in my opinion. I was like, oh yeah, they're you're like, who are the gods of trance? And I'm like, oh, I'll tell you.
Please do tell me.
Gods of trance. The gods of trance are Ganesh and Kali.
Oh my God! No, that is literally what I was thinking. Yes.
Yeah. It's Ganesh and Kali.
Yeah.
Ganesh starts the party, but at the center of that whole thing is Kali. Obliteration, destruction, pleasure, and rebirth.
And and that's the thing with Kali. Kali is honestly my favorite aspect of Shakti. She really is. And oh god, like for so many reasons. Beyond the fact that she is like such a supreme protective, motherly, loving figure, at the same time she's so chaotic.
Yeah.
And it's commonly said in tantric circles that the very last act that Kali does for her devotee before they attain the supreme enlightenment is that Kali kills all of the devas and then finally herself, the form of them, so that the practitioner is not bound by anything.
Yep.
And that's why I think I'm so like appreciative of like Satanism, or I guess more specifically your particular brand of Satanism, because I'm like, this is Tantra. This is Western Tantra.
Yeah. In many ways. In many ways. All right, man. Well, we should close this down for now, because if we start up here, we're going to go until our voices are broken and our mouths are working, but our someone's head is asleep at the keyboard. And that's fine for us, but that does not make good entertainment for the people.
The fans don't suffer, so we shall not.
Yeah. They will suffer, so we shall not. Oh,
right.
man.
It's so great to talk to you, man. And,
it's been great.
And please, like, do check out some of the videos that I've put up, because I'm sure you'll find them interesting and informative. So I just thank you so much.
Send me a link to your channel on the Twitter, because that's just the easiest place. That's where I do most of my connecting with people. It's just easiest. I like it the most. That's just who I am. And to everybody else, remember, when you go out there into that big wide world, Satan and I love you very much. Sin it to win it. Don't forget to put the hex in sex. And we will see you on Sunday and I will let you know exactly when. We will either start at 9 or somewhere between 9 and midnight. Hopefully 9. But I'll hold you.
All right. Good night, Slut Pit. Goodbye, Slut Pit. Goodbye, Count Jackula. Love y'all so much.
Good night, Yogi Deva-Das. You take care. And good night, Slut Pit. And good night, everybody. In the day.